All right. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Ryan Nelson. I'm Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel, and also have the privilege is serving as chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Welcome to the February 11th hearing. We have a very full agenda today, so I'm going to quickly go through a couple of housekeeping items, and then we are going to jump right into our agenda for today. So housekeeping items. Number one, this is being streamed via Wisconsin Eye and also YouTube. So therefore, in order to maintain audio quality, please mute yourself until it's your time to speak. You can mute yourself. If you're on, there's a little microphone icon in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. Just touch on that. It'll mute you. When I call you up for your time to appear before the board, just click on it again so that we can hear you. And also please do the same for your video connection. It helps helps the board members know who's speaking. So you can turn off your camera by clicking on the lower, again, there's a little camera icon right next to the microphone icon, and you can do that. When I call you up, you will have about 5 or 10 minutes before the board, maybe a little bit more, depending on the number of questions we have for you. During your time, please be concise. So we sent you a couple of questions before today's hearing. We want you to answer those questions. You don't need to go one by one. You can do it as a narrative, but in short, we want to hear from you in terms of how you ended up with a felony conviction. We want specifics, not just I was arrested and I ended up with a felony. We want to know what you did. We also want to know what happened afterwards in terms of completing your sentence and what you've done to this date in order to earn the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we get through all of the applicants, who the board will be meeting in closed session. If you receive majority support from the board members present, your application will be forwarded to Governor Evers for final consideration. If you do not receive majority support, or if your application goes to Governor Evers and he rejects it, your application will be denied and you'll receive a denial letter from the board and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon in 18 months from the date of the letter. You'll receive notification from us on whether you receive a pardon or a denial within about a month from today's hearing, but that can vary a little bit. So please be patient. Final thing is you do not need to stay on after you hear from us, after you appear before us. Nobody does. You don't need to stay around. You can go about the rest of your day and hopefully enjoy a long weekend. I'm going to introduce members and then we're going to jump right into our first applicant. We are going to be going in the order that people are listed on the hearing notice. So we'll start with Cheryl Meeks, then we'll go to Lane, Peter, Kareem, Eddie, Jamar, Joseph, Tanisha, and then Jack. So our board members present today, in addition to myself, we have Jerry Hancock. Jerry is a former state and local prosecutor and is now director of the Prison Ministry Project. We have Judge Jeff Kremers, who's a retired judge from the Milwaukee County Circuit Court and a former chief judge. We have Cindy O'Donnell, who is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Noble Ray, who's the former chief of police for the city of Madison and is now a consultant for law enforcement agencies around the world on implicit bias training. And last and certainly not least, we have Myrna Warrington, who is a tribal council member and also works in vocational rehabilitation. And so with that, we will go to Cheryl Meeks. Cheryl, it looks like you've unmuted yourself. If you wouldn't mind turning on your camera. Can you hear me, Cheryl? Looks like we might have some connection issues with you, Cheryl. Can you hear? Yep. So I think what we'll do, Cheryl, is Joe, if you wouldn't mind giving Cheryl a call, I think we'll probably have her call in. Looks like we're having some connection issues. So we'll actually go then to our, Cheryl, we'll come back to you. We'll actually go to our next applicant, which is Lane. So Lane, looks like you're all set. So you heard me say at the beginning, Lane, if you could talk a little bit about how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened after you were convicted and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. So please proceed.
Good morning to all of you. I'm not very good at speaking in front of such a panel and asking for forgiveness. I'm the son of Ted and Karen Glassbrenner, one of 4 boys. I'm here today to apologize and ask for forgiveness for an incident that took place on August 3rd, 2005 on my family farm that has negatively affected me and others. It was a very hot, humid day. Jeff, my brother, Lucas, and I unloaded around 1,500 bales of straw. Jeff and I went to Milk House to start milking and feed calves. Jeff was bottling calf milk when the hose began spraying and came towards me, and I thought he was going to push me. This led me to hitting Jeff. I immediately knew I did wrong, and there is no excuse for my actions. I apologized and asked for forgiveness from Jeff and his parents. They have all forgave me, and we have worked on the farm as neighbors since. I was under extreme amount of stress at the time. My now ex-wife and I were talking about splitting up. The milk prices were very low, trying to pay bills on family farm and raise a young family. The past 16 and a half years, the stressors remain, but anger management skills have been used from my anger management education. I paid all of my fines and completed my probation with no rule violations. I really liked my probation officer and got along with her great. I completed my community service, working with Marietta Township board members and workers. I've raised my 3 beautiful daughters. My oldest daughter is a nurse. My middle daughter will graduate from Viterbo College this spring as a BSN nurse. My youngest daughter is attending Viterbo College as a freshman to become a BSN nurse. My brother and I still continue to run the family farm to this day. For my love of the outdoors, where did I go? For my love of the outdoors, I volunteer every year for Wings Over Wisconsin Youth Pheasant Hunt. I mentor kids in the spring youth turkey hunt and volunteer our land for a place for them to hunt. I take kids fishing in the summer if we're not busy making hay. I would also like to run for a board member position for Marietta Township to give back to my community. I would love to be able to hunt with my family members and daughters again, and maybe even some grandkids someday.
Thanks, Lane. You received a nice letter of support from the victim here. Can you just talk a little bit about your relationship with him?
Oh, we get along great. We cut wood together, we fence, farm. They only live maybe a half a mile from our farm. Our land joins. We do all the farming stuff together.
Mm-hmm. Great. Questions from the board? Well, you had a thorough application. Usually it's a good sign if you don't get questions. So hope you have as I said at the top of the hour, Lane, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate you appearing before us. I know it's not an easy forum to do so, and hope you have a good day and weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right. Next, let me see if next we'll go to Peter Orlando. Peter, looks like you have your camera on already. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, you've seen how this works. So now is your opportunity to share your story with us, and I'll open it up then to the board for questions. So please proceed, Peter.
Good morning to the board. First time I've ever done a Zoom, or not really a computer guy, but back in, I believe it was 1984, was my first incident. Was hanging around with the wrong group of people, young, stupid. We did a little, I believe it was burglary, and I was sentenced to, I believe, 2.5 years of probation, paid restitution, got same group of guys in 1990. Also, I got in trouble with stolen vehicle. Was looking for a motor, and times were hard. Just got married, wife's car broke down, didn't know what to do. Another stupid move. Got some more probation. I believe my probation officer was Frank. Super nice gentleman. He took me outside on my last day and he says, "You see this?" And I said, "See what?" And he says, "You see the light, the air?" He says, "This is when you change or you're not going to see it anymore."
Wow.
Ever since then, I raised my boys. I got 2 boys. As of yesterday, I have a fourth grandson. I raised my wife. I got divorced. We had a business. My ex-wife and I owned Orlando's Deli for many years until '06. We were separated in '04. We ended up getting divorced. Our divorce was final in 2010. I remarried in 2013 after going to New York for Hurricane Sandy. I left on Thanksgiving Day, came back on Christmas, and I got married right after the new year. My wife had 3 children, which I have with me. My wife recently passed away last year. She had severe MS. So she was taking care of me. I was in a bad construction. I missed a part. I was in a bad construction accident in April 6 of '06. A building collapsed on me. So she kind of nursed me back to health. And unfortunately, she came down with MS. And the MS took her life July of last year. So I've been raising her children, raising my kids. My boys are grown. My oldest just moved to Texas last year. My goal would be to hopefully retire in Texas in a few years. My stepdaughter will be 21. I've raised her since she was 3 years old. My oldest stepson is 33, and my youngest stepson is 23. I do have one thing that I noticed in my application. There was an incident in May of 2005. I went to court. It was a felon in possession of a firearm. The situation was I was with my now deceased wife at the time. I was working for a Rainmaker Corporation, and we were going to go hunting. I had no idea. Don't even know what led up to it, but obviously I had a felony, but I did not put 2 and 2 together. Didn't even think about it. I've tried my best to stay out of trouble. I do the best I can. I'm raising 3 kids that are, their father pretty much doesn't care. So as of now, I still have 2 of the children still living with me. They keep me going. It's a day by day. I do have a full-time job. I went back to work. I was retired on disability, taking care of my wife. Since then, I've had to go back to work. I work full-time since September for Shortino Bakery. I am their main head maintenance man. I work between 10 to 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday. And I'm asking for this pardon. I'm really sorry for what I've done. I've paid. I tried to be an electrician, but being a felon, I couldn't get my master's. I worked for Frank Giltzer Electric for about 10 years. I went to NSI Electric for another 5 or 10. They wanted me to get my master's. I could not get my master's. So basically, when I went in for carpal tunnel surgery, they just laid me off. And I went to work for Rainmaker Corporation, which I did construction since '02. In '06, I was working at the Grady Foundry building on First and Greenfield. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the building came crashing down on me. I was inside the building, broken pelvis, broken back, 5 years of recovery, learned to walk, talk, the whole works. Once I was better, my wife took care of me. Well, my fiance at the time. And then my wife got MS and I took care of her till she passed away.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate you sharing your story with us. I'm very sorry to hear about your wife.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning, Mr. Orlando. So
Good morning, sir.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about your past record. The firearm, possession of a firearm by a felon. Do I understand what you went hunting and you had a gun and you got caught somehow and charged with felon in possession of a firearm?
No, sir. What happened was, so my boss, Andy Buzalaki at the time, he was like, hey, we're going to go hunting. So I went to my friend's house and he borrowed me his shotgun. I picked up Susan, which was not my wife, but my wife now, deceased. She was going to school at WCTC. I picked her up. He lived in Pewaukee. We were just hanging out at the Negawicka Lake, and the police officer came down and says, the park is closed. You know, you have to leave. And I disclosed to him that there was the gun in the truck because we were going to go shooting the next day. Never even dawned on me. I lost for words. Stupidity.
And somebody dismissed it in court, either the judge or the
Yes, I went to court, and the judge said that I was supposed to have been given some paperwork, and I was supposed to sign it, saying that, you know, you can't have a firearm, you can't, you know, basically you can't vote, you can't get a license, you know, all the stuff I was not allowed to do. But I guess they never gave it to me. The judge couldn't find anything with my signature on it. I didn't even recall. You know, it's like it's kind of like I have Lyme disease, but I didn't know about ticks because I never, you know what I mean?
Okay. And then in 1984, you were charged with a burglary, but it looks like it was resolved with a couple of misdemeanors. What was that about?
Yes, that was I was with Wallace Seymour and Nicholas Adams, and we went into an underground parking lot, and Nicholas stole a bicycle, but it was my vehicle. So that was what happened in '84.
Okay, thank you.
And then I got the probation.
Thank you.
sir. Thank you very much.
Jerry, did you have a question?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Peter, for appearing before us. I know it's not an easy forum to do so. As you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your candor with us and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you listening to my story. Thank you.
All right. I think we'll go back to Cheryl. Cheryl Meeks. So it looks like thanks for calling, Cheryl. If you wouldn't mind unmuting your phone. There we go. Can you hear me, Cheryl?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. Thanks for working with us. Zoom saves people a trip to Madison, but it can create some little problems here that we have to troubleshoot. So thank you for your patience. So
Thank
Cheryl, you heard the last person. So to start off with, if you can just share your story with us in terms of how you ended up with your 2 felonies, what happened with your sentence, and then what's happened since then on why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. So please proceed.
Well, I believe it was in 1987. I had I think it was a robbery. I believe 1988, I think it was a burglary. And I think 1990 was a prostitution case. At that time, I was hanging around with the wrong people. We were doing drugs and alcohol, just kidding around doing stupid stuff and doing things that we wasn't supposed to do. At this point, I regret it, but I've learned from my mistakes. I went back to school and got my high school education. I also went to college and got my associate master's and master's degree. Right now, I'm also a substance abuse counselor in training, and I'm currently in college now to be a substance abuse counselor. I'm also a chaplain with the Milwaukee Police Department, where we go out on scenes and help others that have lost loved ones to comfort their families. I'm also have an outreach program where I help young men and women like me that have made mistakes to turn their life around. I'm also a child care provider where I went to school to help children also to thrive that's having problems, and to tell my story to let them know that your life is more important to you than anything in your education, and you don't want to make the same mistakes. I share my story. I also wrote a book that there is hope for a lost child. Like I said, I was hanging around the wrong crowd, the wrong people. My probation officer, I completed my probation. I paid all my restitution, and my probation officer helped me get on the right track, because at that time I did have 2 small children, and she let me know that if I kept going down the road I would, who would raise them or who would be there for them. And now I am a mother of 7 children and 36 grandchildren, and I changed my life in order to let them know that there is hope, that you can change your life, you can be rehabilitated if you want to be, but you have to put the effort forward in order to make it work.
Thanks, Cheryl. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Dr. Meeks, your application, your church work is very impressive, and the award you won for the ecumenical honoree was really a great thing. I read part of your book, and your explanation of the 23rd Psalm was really good. I have a question though. How does your Christian counseling, how does that affect your AODA counseling, which is a secular program?
Well, we don't force Christian counseling on anyone. What I do, where I work at, we just work on them being clean and sober and taking one day at a time. Now, we don't stop them if they want to talk about Christian. We let them do that, but we don't force it on them, because we're not here to force that.
Great. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations on your award.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Good morning, Dr. Meeks. So obviously these offenses were 30, 35 years ago, so a long time ago, and you've done a lot since then. What I was found kind of unusual is you presented this great application in terms of all the things that Mr. Hancock Reverend Hancock talked about. And when I see that kind of an application, usually we see lots of letters of support because of all the good work you've done and the people you've helped and all of that. And I note that your application doesn't have any letters of support. Not that they're required, it's just kind of unusual. So can you tell me why you didn't get any letters of support?
Well, I can explain that. When not Tony Evers, what is his name? The other governor before Tony Evers was there, I filled in for a pardon then and sent in all the paperwork with letters, supportive letters.
Okay. And did you think those would just sort of carry over, or?
Well, when I found out that the pardon was open again, what I did is resubmitted my application again. They told me what part to send in. So I thought, and they told me that they would use some things from the old file.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But I do have supportive letters if they need them. I have a lot of supportive letters that people that do support me.
I would think so. Thank you for that explanation.
Any other questions from the board? Well, Cheryl, thanks again for working through the connection issues with us and for sharing your story. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month.
Okay, thank you too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, next we will hear from Kareem Bearden. So Kareem, let me see. All right, Kareem, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on. There we go.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. You've seen how this works, Kareem. So please proceed with sharing your story with us, and then I'll open it up for questions.
Before Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Bearden, before you start, I'm going to recuse myself from consideration of your application since I handled as a judge one of your cases. So I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to weigh in on this. So,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, please proceed.
Okay. First of all, I would like to apologize because I had to work and I thought I brought my files where I can give dates and everything, but I don't have anything. But I can just go from the beginning. The incident that happened in question, I take fully responsibility for everything that happened. I knew nothing about drugs or anything. I came in from work. Police was all in my house. My wife was selling drugs that I didn't know about. And she was pregnant with my son at the time. So when I came in, they had her handcuffed. And so I asked what was going on. I apologize. I asked what was going on and everything. They told me what happened. They told me that, my son was going to be, given to the state and this, that, and the other. And they said she was selling drugs. And I said, no, she wasn't selling drugs. I was. And the officer looked at me and I said, she wasn't selling drugs. I was. And so he said, do you know what you're doing? I said, yes, sir. I know what I'm doing. So from there, he pulled me to the side. He told me if I bag out that, they're going to take my son and everything. So long story short, I worked out a deal with him and the DA, took the case and everything. And did my time in the penitentiary. I always came from a hard-working family, but when you chopping wood for 50 cents an hour, it make you appreciate coming out here, making minimum wage or whatever else. From there, I lost my wife. She ended up leaving me and everything. I fell into a depression, got caught with other drugs and everything, just was a user, never was, out there trying to sell anything. I just fell into a real bad depression. Since then, I really got my life together. I thank God. I worked job after job, and I just prayed to God, just told him, I know it got to be a better way. It got to be a better way. And God ended up blessing our family with a liquor store in Arkansas. I helped run that, and my father got too old. He wanted me to take it over. Wasn't nothing I can do because I was a felon, couldn't get the license in my name or anything. So we ended up selling it. Then I came here, started back working again. God moved for me again. Now I own my own trucking company. I got 3 trucks. Got my son working with me. 7 beautiful kids. I got 1 child that's a doctor. I stay busy in their life. That's what kind of helped me turn myself around, just being there for them and didn't want to be in and out of jail. So was there for them. I got another daughter. She owned a daycare. And then I got 3 younger kids. Everybody is just doing great and wonderful. I can't complain about anything. But just given the opportunity, I just want to say I apologize for everything that I've done. Stupid. There's no way I should have even been in that situation, but I take full responsibility of it. If I had to do it again, I had to do it the same way because I couldn't let my kids go to the state. But as far as, how life is now, life is good. And I have no complaints. I support my local government. I do all kinds of things as far as certain candidates who I like. I send, little campaigns. It ain't much, but something helped nothing because I believe in what they're doing. And that's pretty much what I got to say. I don't have no real long story, no real long speech. I did make those mistakes. I take responsibility for everything, and I hope y'all forgive me.
Mr. Bearden, questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Britton, in your application, you thank prison guards for helping you turn your life around. Can you talk about that?
Yes, at the time, I was never a bad egg in there. I just sat down, did my time. And at the time I met with John Hutz. He was he would ask everything about me because, anything they needed me to do, I did. I stayed out of trouble. Always had even I was depressed because my wife had left me. I just kept a positive attitude. I always would crack a joke, and nobody never treated me bad because they always said, they could tell who belong in here and they could tell who don't. And they said I didn't belong in here. And even John Hutz, he read my record and he said, you never had a criminal record, juvenile or anything. And he said, I just think you got a bad deal. And I said, well, I just was, just thankful that people, kind of gravitated with me and just, what I'm saying? And just helped me keep my head up. Because some days it was bad, and I didn't mind. Like I said, I'd go out there, pick the yard up, whatever I needed to do just to, stay positive. So I never had any incidents with no guards and everything. And I always speak, and I mess with them. We'd always talk about the Packers and everything like that. So I just tried to stay friendly with everybody.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Good morning. In the 2000 arrest where you were stopped at a traffic stop for a defective rear headlamp,
Yes.
and then you ended up being arrested for driving without a license and you had some THC. There was also a 9mm loaded semi-automatic handgun found in the car. What was that about?
Oh, that was my father's gun. And that's why they never charged me with it or anything. I didn't know the gun was in the car, and I guess they checked fingerprints or whatever off of it. And my fingerprints was not on there. I had absolutely no idea that the gun was in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Bearden, for appearing before us. You've heard me say it a couple of times that you'll hear from us in terms of the outcome of this process in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend and thanks for making time.
All right, thank you. I appreciate y'all for hearing me too. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, Eddie, you're way ahead of the game here in terms of getting your camera and microphone.
I'm trying to record it also, but it said I gotta ask the host, so I don't know how that works.
It will, don't worry, you'll be able to find it on YouTube. So it is recorded on our end. So with that, you've seen how this works a couple of times, so please proceed.
Yeah, my name is Eddie Anthony. 1998, I was charged with the felony fleeing, eluding the officer, high-speed chase to summarize it. And I was 17 years old. A car in front of us was shooting out the window and the officers got behind us and thought it was us who was actually shooting out the window in the air. And they attempted to pull us over. I was the driver. I continued to drive because I knew the passenger had a gun in the car with us. Once we actually stopped and they pulled us out the car, they did notice that that firearm wasn't discharged. All the ammunition that was loaded was there. The gun wasn't hot, but since I continued to go, which I didn't know at the time that it was a felony, but if I knew what I know now, back then, that if I would have just pulled over misdemeanor or minors with a firearm, it would have been a less impact to my criminal history. But since then, I've learned my lesson. I've kept a job over the last, since college. I graduated college with an accounting degree. Raised 2 kids. My daughter is in Marquette studying law right now. The felony, I would say it hasn't hindered me too much, but it has affected me a lot because it has held me back with some opportunities that I believe I would have had if I didn't have that on my background, whether it's housing or job, even with starting my own tax business. So in the effort of starting my tax business, it was delayed by 1 year because I had to go through an appeals process and answer to my felony conviction. So getting my EFIN number, it took more time. It is a slight possibility that if I go for it for my enrolled agents credentials, that it could hinder me because it is something in there where they talk about criminal history. So with getting a pardon, it will make things easier for me to be able to answer. I don't have a felony conviction, and it won't hinder me or have to go through any appeals or things like that through that process. But overall, I just kept moving forward. When Governor Walker and Governor Dole was in office, I mean, Governor Walker didn't have the pardon open during his term, but I did start the process during Dole's term, never finished it. So it's like, this is my second chance. I sent the information I'm glad Zoom is available. So I don't, like you said, Ryan, earlier, that I don't have to drive an hour and a half to Madison to actually sit in front of the board, but I would have. It's like, this could give me a new birthday per se, if I could get a second chance at the wrongs that I've had.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Anthony. Questions from the board? All right, well, you get off easy today, Mr. Anthony. So
no, that's too easy. But
well,
no, I do
sure.
also, I will
Yeah,
say, with my, in custody, and you see the records, but during custody, I had a 4-month sentence to work release, and during that whole time I worked. I was able to work my first job at Summerfest and actually was released early, a month early, and that was my first case, my first and only case. And then after that, I was also released off probation early because of good behavior. So I mean, I learned my lesson from that. So I do believe I should deserve a second chance with a pardon.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Anthony, and good luck with tax season. So
thank you. It's a busy one too.
Yeah. All right. Next, we will hear from JG Reynolds. So Mr. Reynolds, thanks for hopping on. If you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself.
Thank you everyone for coming out. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. So please proceed.
Okay. My name is Jamar Reynolds. For some reason, my Zoom account still goes by my initials, but my middle name is Guy. So that's where the JG comes from. Okay. This was my second time logging in. My other computer was having issues. I changed the name then and logged in on this one, and it stayed JG. But thank you everyone for coming out. During the time, well, I'm 33 now. It happened. The offense happened when I was 18. During the time of the offense, I was charged. I was dating a young lady, and it was definitely a gray area because she was, I guess, forbidden to date against, her parents' wishes, and continued to date me at the time. I was only 18 years old, and I was headed to college on a football full scholarship at the University of Wisconsin Whitewater as a free safety position. So I was just very excited about in the summer meeting new people and dating. During the time, she was giving me gifts, and early on in the truck was one of the gifts that she gifted me. And also, I was also dating another woman at the time. I was young, and I had met. So honestly, I was dating two people at the same time. And I explained to her that I was dating someone else, but she still insisted on being with me. But eventually, assuming she consulted with her parents, that I broke her heart. So at that point, she wanted all the gifts back and no longer considered things as a gift. And I was arrested at a gas station by a police officer that was alerted that it was not a gift. I've been fighting and battling it ever since then. Like I was extremely young and I thought it was cool, but I was trying to impress the other woman and re-gift it to her. And I received basically 15 years later, I'm looking back, it was one of the dumbest things I ever done in my life. Spending time in an institution, being incarcerated for the first time. I haven't been since then. I have the opportunity to reflect and think about everything. And as soon as I was released, I went straight to college. I obtained ultimately one of my ultimate achievements in life. I graduated with honors. I was on the dean's list every year in 2013. Since then, I've completed my real estate license course. I have a real estate business, which is thriving, and I've been helping people in the community, buy homes for the first time and never thought they could. Plus, my nonprofit organization is called Octillion Mentality. It was focused on the youth in Chicago, which is, really needs help in the underprivileged communities. I reach out to them and help them get jobs in construction. And I was recently featured on the local news channels. I could upload a clip. I was on ABC, Fox, WGN, all at the same time. A little girl in the community, I believe was 5 years old, was killed, and I was at the murder scene with the cameras from the different news stations, talking about how I could help the community stop this type of violence. I've donated money, offered jobs to help combat the violence in Chicago. So that's what I've been focusing my time on, and being a phenomenal father and a role model to my daughter, who's 5 years old. While institutionalized, while being in Wisconsin, I was behaving kindly, respect all of the rules. I didn't get in any trouble at all. I was released from their institution, and I was able to pay all my fines and restitution. I haven't had any violations with probation and haven't been incarcerated since then. And since being released, I said I was an entrepreneur already. I'm a father of a 5-year-old. I got my bachelor's degree. I'm working on my master's this fall in communications. I completed my real estate license and my non-for-profit. I spoke about that. And I'm helping my community, which is Gresham and Auburn community in Chicago. I went to Wisconsin only for going to school purposes, and that's somehow I just got into some stuff. But my closing statement, I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to being able to be here with the board. And the reason I feel so strongly about the pardon, I've been going years and years trying to get one opportunity such as today, and I graciously appreciate everyone being here. I'm no longer the same person I was 15 years ago. I've grown, I'm a developed man now, and today I'm very proud to say that I'm 100 times better than I was before. I couldn't thank you so anymore that I am for this opportunity, and I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamar. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Morning, sir. I have a couple of questions, or one an observation, I guess. Are you telling us that you thought she gifted you a 2-year-old Hummer? That's a pretty expensive vehicle, isn't it?
Yeah, I was driving it all the time, and it was, my birthday, and she actually was gifted it herself. She didn't even pay for it. Someone gave it to her as a gift.
Okay. And according to the records I read, it looks like your probation was extended from 2010 to 2011. So originally you were given, I believe, 3 years probation, but it looks like it was extended. Can you tell us why?
I think it might have got extended because one time I'm originally from Chicago, but I had to have somewhere to stay in Wisconsin, or they told me I would end up having to go back to jail if I couldn't stay in Wisconsin. So I went back home to Chicago, and I believe my aunt, she just thought I needed to just go back to jail. She just won't feel like I haven't learned my lesson because I wasn't following her rules in the house. So she called my probation officer and let her know I was in Chicago. And I think that might have extended it. She didn't consider that a violation, but I think that's the reason why it got extended, because I can't think of anything else that could have extended it but that.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Mr. Reynolds, in your application, I think you said that your girlfriend had given you the title to the Hummer.
Right, as a gift.
Okay, so you had the title, and you were arrested in Chicago. Is that correct?
Yeah, my hometown.
Yeah. And when you were arrested, you said you had taken the car.
No, I was arrested in Chicago, and they actually released me after investigation and going to court in Chicago. They tried to charge me for taking the vehicle, but it did not stand. They actually released me and dropped all the charges. And I believe a few days later, I was driving a car, and I went to University of Chicago, and I didn't want to pay the $5 for parking because I went in there and nobody was there because I went to see some friends. And I pulled right out and I said, let me just talk to your manager. And all of a sudden, a cop, this is right after they dropped all the charges, a cop came behind me, a state trooper, get out, and didn't tell me what was going on, and then said, now I have to face Wisconsin for the same thing that was just dismissed in Chicago. But instead of taking it, they were charging me with driving it in Wisconsin. I think it was driving without owner's consent, and it was considered a felony. And I asked for the first offenders program because it was my first offense and I was under 21, but I was never given that opportunity.
Why didn't you just show the title to the car?
They didn't ask me to produce that, and I believe I stated that in the title I basically gifted it to my other girlfriend when she gave it to me, so the title was in her name, but she didn't like have my side. She basically they was both against me. I was dating two women and they both were just going, we didn't go to trial or anything, but they were just not on my side in the court. So even me bringing the title, it wasn't in her name anymore. So I was surprised that she can press charge. The title wasn't even in her name anymore, but it wasn't in my name either. So even if I brought it, the person whose name that it was in, which was my other girlfriend, wouldn't have been on my side anyway because I was dating two girls. I was 18 at the time. Like I said, it was the dumbest mistake I could have made at the time, and I've changed a lot since then.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Reynolds, for appearing before us. You've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good day and weekend.
Will I need to submit anything else?
Nope. This is the last step for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, not a problem. All right, next we'll be hearing from Joe Christensen. So Joe, you've seen how this works, so now's your opportunity to share your story with us, so please proceed.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. Name is Joe Christensen. What we're here for is to review 2 felony charges stemming from when I was 18 years old. I was basically a little hotshot 17, 18-year-old kid selling weed on campus. I was attending Lawrence University in Appleton, Wisconsin. I was actually there for a baseball. I was there to play baseball and of course pursue education. I always sort of found sport and athletic sort of easy for me, and I was escaping to I just found the thrill of kind of playing in the gray as a teenager very appealing to me, and it really caught up to me with these charges. So I was selling marijuana on campus and then to my hometown of Two Rivers, Wisconsin. And I ended up selling for the Ocano felony charge. I ended up selling I think it was 2 pounds of marijuana to a undercover police officer who was originally painted as a friend of my brother. I have the whole story. Undercover police officer. And I believe there was also like 1 pound in my car too, but that charge I think was dismissed. And I originally I was sentenced 3 months with a 3-year probation for that charge. During that time when I was waiting for sentencing and going through the court proceedings, I of course did not learn my lesson. I thought I was still a hot shot. I was living in Appleton, Wisconsin at the time, booted off the university, already beginning to, sort of see my life crumble in front of me. And I ended up having a police officer come over to the house, and I ended up getting caught with a significant amount of marijuana in possession at my house. I don't even remember what else. Of course, the baggies and the scales and whatever else the police report says. But I was a marijuana dealer, and it was a very tumultuous time in my life as an 18, 19-year-old kid. With that sentence, I ended up receiving, I believe it was 1 year total sentence with a 4-year state and imposed sentence of probation. During that time, how did my time go? Quite frankly, it did start off a little rocky. I think my probation officer on the first charge even helped me out for my own good and put me in jail for 4 months. That was where the class misdemeanor happened, the obstruction to justice. I had just been released from the 3-month charge from out of Oconto County, and I was out drinking with some buddies underage. I think I even wrote in my write-up to you that I hadn't recollected that story in years. It was literally embarrassing to even write that out. Literally, my friend's girlfriend fell down a set of stairs. Everyone's underage. No one should have been. Like, I was covering a story that didn't even need to be covered. It was just, go to this apartment. She fell down the stairs here. End of freaking discussion. I just truly am perplexed why that there was even an alternative story saying, oh, it happened at his house on the porch, this, that, and the other. I ended up circling right back with the investigator the next morning saying, no, this is where it really happened. I have no idea why I'm covering for the kid. Like, go here, this is where it is. You'll see where her shoulder hit, da, 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 da. Since there was a significant amount of investigative resources applied to that, I was charged with the obstruction to justice. And at that moment, my probation officer said, hey, we gotta help you, save you from yourself here. You're clearly in a tailspin. So I ended up serving, I don't believe the probation was revoked, but he leveraged the probation to just put me in jail for 4 months, where I stayed in several county jails, kind of shipped around state of Wisconsin, letting my sentencing for the larger one out of Outagamie County commence. So finally that sentence commenced, where I was, like I said, received the 1 year with 4 years probation. At that moment, that was a pretty big pivotal moment for myself. Seeing my dad sort of tear up in the courtroom, kind of makes me teary-eyed just thinking about it. He's a pretty stoic Norwegian guy, and really hits home. There's no reason for me to be involved with this stuff. Grew up in a great family, in a great community, going to a great school, and had great potential for my athletic and education career. Really ridiculous what I got myself into. So what did I do since then? Even throughout my sentencing, I was able to, for majority of the time, and especially for the entirety of the sentence for the Outagamie charge, I was able to be on work release, and then ultimately on the ankle bracelet. And I actually ended up working for the Anytime Fitness out of Appleton, Wisconsin. And I pursued that personal training career, obtained 2 personal training certifications and a clinical nutrition specialist certification. I trained probably close to 300 clients over the course of 6 years, out of Appleton, out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and then also in the summers in Door County, Wisconsin. And that's where I really, I kind of used my training of my clients almost as my therapy to better myself. It was definitely a two-way street with all these clients, and it was just an absolutely incredible experience. And then I went back to, throughout that for several years within there, I went back to school, went to University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh. This is 2009 to 2012 where I graduated. I ended up graduating at the top of my class with a finance degree with a real estate emphasis. I was also able to be one of the 8 finance undergrads selected to run the Student Managed Endowment Fund, where I was the healthcare analyst, actually making real trades on the behalf of the university. It was a very, very cool experience, 24/7 access to the trading room. It was incredible. And from there, I ended up moving on out to Seattle, Washington for 5 years, and worked there as in financial software, and became a top sales rep there out of that Pacific Northwest region. Gained a promotion, or a job promotion, to work for ADP. I'm sure people are familiar with that Fortune 200 company. I was able to pass that test even with my felony convictions. They put their faith in me with all the sort of referrals and recommendations I had in the Pacific Northwest software community. Ended up taking a transfer to run the Los Angeles market, where I lived the past 5 years. Became one of the top enterprise software sales executives over there, winning President's Trips, Falcon Awards, you name it, I won it. And in the latter years, I ended up running a business or starting a business, going back to my original passion, which was in health and wellness. So to this day, I run, now I run it full time, but I run New School Snacks. It is a low sugar snacking company. We're distributed in about 40 of the 50 states throughout the United States. We do, several million in sales. I have 6 employees, significant amount of investors. We're in about 1,500 retail doors, have a very healthy e-commerce business. It is my passion project and it's doing very well. My wife's my operations manager. It's just a very satisfying experience, kind of culminating my finance background, my sales background, and then my passion for health and wellness and delivering low sugar snacks, ultimately to the Midwest. I can't wait to see it on shelf. We're working on Myers right now. Kidding aside, it was, I actually talk about this experience that thank God it happened when it did, because I had such an addictive personality and just kind of just whatever I'm focused on. My probation officer, when I was out of Oshkosh, when I was going to school, he said, you got a cannon, but it's just kind of ratcheted 90 degrees the wrong direction. Like we gotta move it over. And I just had it pointed in the wrong direction. So thank God, I was caught when I was, and was able to realize, hey, there's potential here, but let's focus it where society can benefit, not where I had it previously pointed. I think I'm catching all the questions. So what am I going to do with the pardon? Honestly, I've really feel like I've done a fantastic job not letting it be a burden upon my, advancement as a contributing member of society. The fact that even ADP gave me the green light to work there, where I'm dealing with people's social security numbers and large companies' payrolls and the whole deal. But as it relates to it, it's just, it's almost embarrassing to say I'm a 2-time felon with the position I'm in currently. I've got a baby on the way in a couple of weeks. It'd be nice to kind of go into that next step of my life, not as a felon, just generally speaking. As it relates to my career, we are, candidates for the Shark Tank show. And it's kind of ridiculous that I can't advance our application throughout. We continue to make it to the 3rd, 4th stage, and it gets to the felony, previous conviction piece, and I got to bow out. I hope they change their thing each year, and they don't. I need to get these darn things off my record to have that opportunity. It's not a guarantee, but I at least need to get to that. It'd be wonderful to get to that next stage. And then the other piece is I do have that real estate emphasis underneath my finance degree. I would love to ultimately, as this business comes to fruition currently, my next step in my career, I would love to kind of get into real estate with my father-in-law. And to do so, I would need my real estate license, and the felony convictions are definitely quite a blemish to get sponsored by a broker. That's really what I do with it. I'd like to say, after my stumbles very, very early on with those convictions, I was pretty squeaky clean. I did have one drinking instance at college where I spent a weekend in jail. That was like in 2010. Just innocent, had I just been a regular college student, I was outside a bar, but I was intoxicated and on probation. Other than that, that was really the extent of any transgression since everything I described.
Joe, questions from the board? Well, you're very thorough. So thank you for sharing your story with us. You've heard me say it a couple of times. You'll hear from us in about a month about the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Fantastic. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, Tanisha, thanks for getting your camera on, and you're unmuted. So you've seen how this goes. So please proceed.
Sure. In December of 2001, I was 20. I just turned 21. I was working at a hospital in medical records. Someone had stolen my car stereo out of my car. I foolishly took some advice and used one of the patient's information to order a stereo and speaker from Fingerhut. It was $479. Just so happens the person whose information I used was a victim of another crime that was being investigated. So I was quickly kind of found out by the police and charged. I didn't know at the time that what identity theft was and the ramifications that it would have on that person. I did plead guilty. I kind of confessed to everything. I plead guilty and had a plea agreement for probation. At my hearing, the judge stated that he did not feel that this was a probationary case. And in May, I was sentenced to 14 months in prison. I began my sentence. I did receive a 30-day stay to get my affairs in order. I had a 2-year-old son at the time. I began my sentence in June of 2002. I worked in the prison dairy for like 33 cents. And then I got a job out in the community, actually making minimum wage. So when I was released in August of 2003, I had paid my restitution of the $479. The day that I was released, I applied and interviewed and received a job as a caregiver working with developmentally disabled adults in a group home. I worked a lot of overtime and was able to buy a house in 2007. At that time, I did attempt to go to school for nursing. It had been like 5 years since my charge, so I thought that I would be able to do that. I was accepted into the program, but then I was called in and explained that because of my background, it would be very difficult to place me in clinicals. Although I was accepted, of course, I did decide not to pursue that because I wouldn't be able to complete the program without clinicals. I then went to take classes to become a daycare provider in my home. So I completed that and I cared for about 8 to 10 kids, 16 hours a day, and then every other weekend in my home. In 2009, the Journal Sentinel had like a big investigation, Cash on Kids, and there was like a lot of fraud going on in the daycare community. And because of that, some regulations were changed and my felony was now a permanent bar from being a daycare provider. So I did have to voluntarily relinquish my license about 1.5 years after being open. I humbly went back to my caregiving job. And I also applied for a second job. So I was working 2 full-time jobs at the time. 6 months into my employment with the second employer, I applied for a management position, which I received. And I'm still with the company. It'll be 13 years next month. I have received a few promotions and I'm currently the regional director of operations for our region. I also sit on the board of directors as the Madam Chairperson for a staffing agency. The reason why I'm asking for a pardon is because I still have a passion for nursing. I do really want to fulfill that part of my career. I think that it would help me in my role now. And I specifically have a passion for wound care, just healing the wounds. It's just something that I am attracted to. The reason why I feel that I am deserving of a pardon is because it's been 20 years since my conviction. I have not had any run-ins at all. I had no incidents while I was in prison, nothing on probation. I was only on probation for 1 year, but I didn't have any incidents. I've never felt like I was wronged or anything. I've accepted every consequence that has come my way, regardless if it was, the prison sentence. Also, while I was in prison, my father became ill. He was on life support for 2 weeks and he lived in California. So I wasn't able to say goodbye to him. So that's something that sits with me. Sorry. I've raised 2 kids. I've worked, like I said, multiple jobs. I've still been very active, a room parent, attending field trips, basketball games, and everything. I did have to close, of course, a successful business because of something that I did years ago. And I just still have just tried to persevere. And that is why I feel that I am deserving.
Thanks, Ms. Love. You mentioned that you didn't realize the impact it had on the victim at the time. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
she never came forward or anything, but as now as a 40-year-old adult, knowing, I mean, I'm obsessed with my credit, with my kids' credit, just knowing how, like, if you're in the process of buying a home and then someone has opened some fraudulent account and now you can't do that, you know, just that kind of effect that it can have. Like I said, she never came forward. She never said anything, but just me knowing what I know now, opposed to a 20-year-old.
And can you tell us, so you have two kids? Can you tell me a little bit about them?
Sure. I have a 22-year-old. He graduated from Brookfield East, went on to Whitewater. And then I have a 17-year-old. He's a junior at Brookfield East currently.
Questions from the board? Cindy?
Just a comment. I don't think I've seen a more resilient person apply.
Thank you.
You know, you got knocked down, you just keep getting up. So good for you.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Your work history is very impressive, Ms. Lovin, and now you're in management, healthcare management. And how would you stop someone from doing what you did?
Yeah, so we have had incidents actually, like years ago. So the protocol that put in place was blocking like social security numbers from access to caregivers who didn't really need that access. So just kind of securing their information a little bit more than we did before.
Thank you.
Thanks for appearing before us, Ms. Lovin, sharing your story with us. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your candor and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll be hearing from Jack Barnum. Jack, thanks for appearing before us. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Thank you. I'm just going to be looking up to my right as I just have some notes up here for you. So yeah, the detail of my charge was 28 years ago. I initially had a possession charge for just a small amount of marijuana when I was at that time just smoking marijuana. And that progressed into just, sort of a downward spiral of me being out of control with what I was doing. So 20 years ago, I was arrested and I was charged with conspiracy to deliver a controlled substance, as I was, selling cocaine and other drugs. And it was just a horrible decision. So I was arrested. I spent 10 weeks in Huber. I had my license suspended. I had, a couple $1,000s worth of fines and, attorney fees, that I owed to my parents that I paid back. So that was, what had happened with, my arrest and the details of that. I didn't have any behavioral issues because the judge granted leniency on me. When you're standing in front of the judge and you're like, my whole life's about to get thrown away, I hope it changes, the people that are in that spot. It changed me. So I just, had 5 years probation. I was an interstate transfer from Wisconsin to Texas as a company I was working for, I was excelling at, and I had the ability to take over the Houston office with a friend I had brought into the business and trained. So we both moved down to Texas. And I was let off probation 3 months early so I could, as I had no occurrences and I was doing well in my life. And it also allowed me to be able to go to my best friend's wedding that was out of country. So I was very happy that I was able to do that. Before I go into the third and fourth questions, I just want to apologize for the way that my paperwork was submitted. I had a paralegal that was helping me put the information together, and it was my understanding from our agreement that she was going to type up the notes that appears that she just submitted to the state of Wisconsin. I I should have known better to look over what was being submitted in first, because I never would have. Yeah, I was embarrassed and livid at the same time when I realized what was submitted in. So I apologize for, frankly, what mess turned in, but I take responsibility for that, as I should have looked it over first before she submitted in the final one. I thought our agreement was good there. So what I've done since is I've just been really blessed to have good parents that installed really good morals and values for me that I was able to go back to, because they were already installed in me before I made those decisions. So after I moved down to Texas, I was promoted as a district manager for Houston. My friend and I, did a great job. We expanded out into San Antonio, Houston, Austin, and some of the surrounding areas. I've helped train and mentor a lot of agents over the past 18 years to be successful in their insurance career. In 2010, I shifted out of mortgage insurance into Medicare, and that's been the best fit for me. As with Medicare, my niche is working with low-income seniors, and they're really a forgotten group of individuals, as a lot of people unfortunately just take a lot of advantage of that situation. So I personally service about 700 seniors in my community, and then my team that I've trained services about another, at this point now from the letter, probably about 2,500 people. We do things as far as helping seniors, qualify for Medicaid and recert annually, qualify for programs that are in the Medicare and U-Book that are already paid for by our taxes. But if you're not familiar with it, sort of like getting your pardon application for the first time, it seems a bit overwhelming and just a lot to deal with. So, we help assist and get the paperwork together to renew on a annual basis. I'm personally authorized rep on about 300 people to try to ease that doing. But what I like about Medicare is when I can fix problems literally the next month. So whether it's, all these people are on fixed incomes, typically between $900 a month and, up to $2,200 a month if they're married. So, if I'm saving people $50 a month on prescriptions or helping out with additional benefits for food or dental care, things that they couldn't afford, it's things that they really need. And, it's very rewarding to be able to put people into those better situations. One of the things that I did is in 2000 and I believe it was either 2015 or 16, one of my best friends was an alcoholic, and my wife and I moved him down to Texas, and he stayed with us for about 6 months. He left a little early, in our opinion, and 3 years later, he came back in 2018 as he had a relapse. Since then, he's stayed in Texas, and he's just gone on to be a recovering alcoholic. He's 3.5 years sober. He just got a fantastic job. He just got engaged. One of his kids moved down, and he's able to now help other recovering alcoholics through AA and other programs he's involved in San Antonio. So we're able to help him. My wife and I are very active in our church community. We go to St. Anthony's de Padua. Our pastor there is one of the people that wrote one of the recommendation letters that I had. And then we're involved with the Archdiocese with some of the things that they do for the community here in San Antonio. I became a certified Bikram teacher in 2018. And if I would have told any of my friends 10 years ago that that's what I did, they probably would have laughed pretty hard. But it was a rewarding experience, as I think there's a lot of misconceptions about it, but it led me into just a completely different path than what I expected over the past 4 years. I picked up a business and personal coach out of that experience that's really been rewarding to, probably the biggest thing is just forgive myself for being a bad person and being able to let go of those things, and, being able to cry and get choked up in front of people I don't know. I would have held that in for sure 5 years ago, but that's part of who I am. And I'm not embarrassed about it anymore with anyone that I'm around, regardless if I'm crying about a kid's movie I'm watching with my kids or, whatever pulls on my heart. It's allowed me to be me and be the best me. And I continue to do that type of coaching business and personally, every 4 to 6 weeks. Through some other programs, we do bed builds. There's a local foundation here that does bed builds for kids that are basically sleeping on the floor. So I've participated in that on a couple of occasions just before COVID hit. And then right as COVID hit, we were participating with the Man and Woman of the Year for Leukemia Lymphoma Foundation. And that was a really unique experience to, just see how a group of people that didn't know each other could come together and, and just raise funds for, that for the treatment and, future research of those illnesses. There's a lot more I could say. It's hard to tidy up 20 years of better decisions in 10 minutes, but a lot of those decisions, have come together to just, as I've had a lot of personal work that I've done on myself, it's allowed me to take on a position with a company that I partnered with called My Medicare Rates. That happened after I'd submitted in my pardon application. But, I was promoted to their vice president of recruiting. So it's very rewarding for me to be able to talk to and talk to other agents who are frustrated and provide them with training and support that they're not getting to, be successful in their field. Most importantly, I'm married to an amazing wife who joked in her letter of recommendation that, if she knew me when, I was doing what I did, we just never would have obviously clicked, but she's was able to see past that. And, we now have 2 amazing kids, 9 and 6. I'm extremely happy with the person that I am today, where I'm headed. I'm just taking life by the moment, so I'm not getting caught up in the, busyness of the world. I'm able to enjoy the time that I have with people on a one-on-one setting, and not think about what I need to be doing, but thinking about that moment. And I'm just really happy with what I've accomplished, over the past 20 years, and, what I'll continue to do over the next 20. Honestly, life is really awesome right now. And, despite there being hardship in areas, I'm happy where I can, be a shining light to, the people that need it. Why I deserve a pardon is I feel I've made a lot of amends, and took responsibility for, the really bad decisions that I made myself when I was selling drugs, and probably the negative impact I had in the community that I was dealing with that I'll never know about. And I feel like I've done a lot of right since then, and will continue to improve the community that I'm in. It'll be really helpful if I'm able to get a pardon granted, because in my line of work, there are specific carriers that don't allow you to get appointed if you have a felony. And, one of those is Mutual of Omaha. There's a couple other that would be helpful. It just allows me to help provide the right products for some seniors, because they have some specific products that are good, a good fit for a chunk of people that I deal with. I'm still able to allow people to get written in that area. It just, it's just unfortunately for me, I can point people in the right direction. I just don't get compensated for that help. But to me, it's not about getting compensated for that help. It's about doing the right thing for the person that I'm sitting with. So I'm still able to lead people to those plans. I just can't be their agent to continue to help them and service them, over the years to come that they're on that policy.
Sure. I think I'm going to open it up to questions.
Sure, I'm sorry.
I'm very thorough. Don't worry about it. Questions from the board. Well, like I said, you're very thorough. So thank you for appearing before us today. You've heard me say it a couple of times. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so that concludes our 8:30 to 10 a.m. session. We admitted a number of folks who are going to be in our next session. What I'm going to do is, because we noticed you all to be heard at starting at 10 o'clock, we will start resuming then. We're going to take a 7-minute break, and right at 10 o'clock sharp, we will be back on. So thank you, and we'll be with you shortly.
Attorney Neilistoon, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. This is Sean Paul. I have Dennis McCuskey with me.
Oh, great. Perfect. All right, we will get started. So welcome everybody. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items. So this is the second session we have in the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board for February 11th, 2022. My name is Ryan Elsistu, and I'm Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel. And I also have the privilege and honor of serving as chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. So we are going to be proceeding in the order that people are listed on the open meeting notice today. So we will be starting with Dennis, then moving on to Alan, Friedrich, Lawanda, Brittany, Miles, Wayne, and finally Dara before we go to closed session. When it is your time to speak, you'll have about 5 to 10 minutes to appear to share your story with us. We sent some questions to you prior to today's meeting. We'd like you to answer those questions. In short, we want to hear how you ended up with a felony conviction. We want to hear specifics about how it happened and why it happened, not just that you ended up with a felony. We also want to hear what happened with your sentence and what happened afterwards and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we hear from everybody today, we will be meeting in closed session. During that time, we will be voting on whether or not to forward your application to Governor Evers. If you receive majority support from the board members present, your application will be forwarded to the governor for review. If you do not receive majority support, your application will be rejected. You'll receive a letter from the Pardon Advisory Board and you'll be able to reapply in 18 months from the date of the letter. If Governor Evers rejects your application, if it's been forwarded to him, you'll also receive the exact same denial letter. If he decides to grant you a pardon, you'll receive a pardon in the mail from the governor's office. Please make sure you take good care of it and make some good high quality copies of that document. You'll hear whether you're rejected or received a pardon in about a month from today, from today's hearing, though it might vary a little bit, so please be patient. In addition, after we hear from you, you do not need to stay on the call. You can drop off, everybody does. You can go about enjoying the rest of your day and hopefully you get a long weekend with it being Friday. Other thing, everybody has their cameras off and is muted. Thank you for doing that. We are live streaming this on Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. It is also being streamed live on YouTube, so be cognizant of that. Finally, I'm going to do a round of introductions and then we're going to jump right into our first applicant. So in addition to myself on the board today, we also have Reverend Jerry Hancock. Jerry is a former state and county prosecutor and is now director of the Prison Ministry Project. We have Judge Jeff Kremers, who's a retired judge from Milwaukee County Circuit Court and the former chief judge of District 1. We also have Cindy O'Donnell, who is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously was with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Noble Ray, who is the former chief of police for the city of Madison, is now a consultant for law enforcement agencies around the world, advising on implicit bias. And last and certainly not least, we have Myrna Warrington, who's a tribal council member and also works in vocational rehabilitation. So with that, we will be moving to Dennis Mikovsky. So Dennis, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. And then there you go. And now is your opportunity to answer those questions I mentioned. So please proceed.
I'm Attorney Sean Paul. I represent him.
Right.
I can give a summary on the sentence and stuff. He's very nervous, but if you want him, he has prepared it in writing.
Yeah, I mean, if we would like to hear, you know, all of us have had the opportunity to read through your application, so thanks for being thorough with that. But yeah, I think Dennis, if we could just hear briefly, I know it's not the easiest form to appear in. A lot of people are nervous, but we do want to hear directly from you in terms of what happened and what's happened since then.
Okay, I was convicted of burglary on 8/29/1997 in Price County, case number 96CF95. I was married for over 21 years. I got divorced on August 2nd, 1993. My ex-wife now is Terry Benish's wife. I believe I'm entitled to my gun rights, fishing rights, and camping equipment from my ex, well, yeah, I took that stuff from her. I went into the residence when she was not home. I took a lot of the 5 guns I believe I was entitled to. I was intoxicated at that time. I entered the residence, but that is not an excuse. I was wrong and I regret my actions. I paid the full restitution of $9,538.50 ordered by the court. I was charged with burglary and theft on 7/30/96. I was convicted of the crime and felony theft after a court trial. I waived my rights to a jury trial. I was sentenced the same day. I spent 8 years or 180 days in prison
8 years probation.
and 8 years probation
And is jail, not prison.
in county jail, not prison. I had to submit to a psychological evaluation, which I did. I had to submit to a AODA assessment, which I did. I successfully completed all the 8 years probation and the jail time. I did not have any behavior issues when I served the 180 days term, and I've never been in trouble since then. Since completing probation in 2005, 16 years ago, and since my conviction 4 years ago, or 24 years ago, I have not committed any crimes. I've owned and operated a business. It's a bar, it's a populated pub and grill, bar and grill, restaurant in downtown Whittlesey. No issues of community or law enforcement have ever been handled in my establishment. I've got 2 daughters that I'm very close to. One is 40, one's 44. The 44-year-old works at me. She bartends and cooks. I'm involved in the town of Chelsea, where I've been an active member for 26 years. I would love to run the public office. The town of Chelsea's got a town board. The oldest member is, well, he's the supervisor. He's 80 years old. Me and him have been pretty close for the last 4 years. And he's asked me, why don't you run? You know, I've got a chance to run for a position on the Medford School Board because my brother works for the Taylor County School Administration, and he talked to me about it. I've been a member of the Whittlesey Lions for 26 years. I've also been a member of the Taylor County Tavern League for 28 years.
Say what they do.
And the Tavern League, what we do is the Tavern League is we do the light of light for the elderly. It's a once a year Christmas dinner that we do. They've got all kinds of stuff. It's community activities, and we sponsor a lot of that stuff. We do school scholarships. We got 4 of them going on right now. I have not drunk or any alcohol for over 11 years, and I own a bar and grill. I have not received any traffic tickets, any ordinance citations in over 26 years, and I put on almost 20,000 miles last year. I have provided the recommendations, a letter from Roger and C.O. Warren, my neighbors for the last 10 years. Amy Barnes is my daughter. Ron Leakey is the president of the Lions Club. He's been there for 5 years. Terry Phillips is the owner of the Highview Supper Club. He sent me a letter of recommendation. I'm sorry. I think I should receive a pardon because I've shown that I'm a rehabilitated and a very productive member of those. Since my conviction, I had to make my business successful. And trust me, owning a bar and grill is not an easy task. In the 26 years that I've been there, I've never had any sheriff or police activity involvement whatsoever. I believe I'm entitled to a second chance because I'm a law-abiding, contributing citizen. I was 41 years old at the time of my crimes. I am now 67, and I'd like to be involved in the community. I asked that the governor grant me forgiveness and issue a pardon.
No, you already did that.
Okay.
I think what, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, any questions?
Yeah, no, I'll open. I have one question that I'll open up for the board. Can you talk a little bit what was going on back in 93, 94, 95, and 96? I know, you know, your relationship, it looks like was deteriorating, but looks like you have according to your background check, you had a 1993 arrest for disorderly conduct related to domestic abuse, then 1994, a misdemeanor for violating a harassment restraining order. Can you just fill us in terms of what was happening at that time? And two, what is your relationship like with what happened afterwards in terms of your relationship with your ex-wife?
I was married for 20 years. I didn't handle the divorce very well. I never really wanted a divorce. I've got 13 brothers and sisters, and I figured that I'd be the last one to ever get divorced. So I made a lot of mistakes. You know, I didn't handle the anger very well. There was never nothing to do with guns, you know, and I'm still really not, we've been divorced for 20 years. I still really am not in the speaking terms of my ex-wife, and I kind of like it that way.
Mm-hmm.
The police involvement is kind of my fault because I made like I said, I made some mistakes. I lied to cops when they shouldn't have. I just didn't handle the divorce very well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Question, Jeff?
Good morning, sir. So I read the letter from your daughter, and here's how I interpret it. Tell me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like she was saying that you said that you wanted to try and get a letter from your ex-wife in support of this pardon application. And the long and short of it was that if you gave the gun back to her, she would support your pardon application. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Right. And so did you give her a gun back?
No, I didn't. She just changed her mind, didn't want the gun. She said she's not going to petition the pardon whatsoever.
I see.
And her and my younger daughter, the one to Amy, they're pretty close.
So the implication there is that you had a gun to give her back.
Well, I paid restitution on the gun, and through the advice of myself and my lawyer, is if that's all it would take to give the gun back to her, let her have the gun. But on her own behalf, she said she didn't want it.
I understand that. My question is, the implication is that you have a gun to give her back.
No, I don't.
Well, where were you going to get the gun from to give it back to her?
Well, I own the gun. It's in possession of my girlfriend. And I paid restitution on the guns.
I understand that, but you understand you can't own a gun?
No, I know that. I don't own a gun. It's the gun was mine.
You just said you owned it.
No, I own the gun, but I don't have it in my possession. Legally, I can't own a gun.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Oh, thanks, Dennis, for appearing before us. I know this is an easy format to do, but as I always tell other folks, it does spare people a trip down to Madison. So you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate your time with us and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Alan Holmes. Alan, looks like you're calling in. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting your phone. There we go. Are you there, Alan?
Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yeah.
We can hear you just fine. So now is your opportunity to talk to the board. So the next 5 minutes or so is your opportunity to share your story with us in terms of how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards in terms of your sentence, what you've done in order to earn the chance to receive a pardon, and why you want this pardon. So please proceed.
Okay, yes. Back in June of 1991, I received a call from my cousin stating that his friend needed a ride down on St. Paul, and he told me that I would get paid, for the travel or the gas or whatever. And once we got down there, his friend got out, walked away, gone about 5 minutes, come back running, jumped in the car and said, drive. And I'm like, man, what you running for? And he just said, man, I robbed a bank. And I was like, scared, confused. And, this was my mother's car, and that's just something, that I don't do. And as far as my sentence, I was sentenced to 9 months in house correction and 5 years probation, but I got out on work release. I served, my probation period with no arrest or whatever. Part of my job history. Well, back when after the crime was committed, I actually got a job driving a school bus for B Bus Line. It's a school bus company. That was before my sentence. But like I say, after I completed my sentence and was released in 9 months, I went back to B Bus Line. This is also in 1991. I worked there from 91 to 2004. In 2004, I got a job with DPW for the city of Milwaukee. And to this day, I will have 18 years coming in June. I'm a sewer repair crew leader and operate heavy equipment. In the next 2 to 3 years, I have one manager and one supervisor that is retiring. And, I want the office position. That's why I'm applying for a partner. I think that'll help me out greatly. I've been working out in the field for the city of Milwaukee, hard labor, getting older. And I want to take my next couple of years and, sit down and take it easy. I just had knee surgery a couple of months ago from a job. And, I think it's time for me to just sit down in the chair, That's the reason for my partner.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. I think that's the best reason I've heard for a pardon after I don't know how many hundreds of people we've heard from. Mr. Holmes, I have a question for you, and you talked about this a little bit in your application, but can you provide just a little bit more context in terms of, the time frame I'm going to be talking about is from about 1999 to 2003, and during that time, you had a couple of interactions with law enforcement. So there was a 1999 arrest for misdemeanor battery that was dismissed. You had a 2000 arrest for non-criminal theft and disorderly conduct that was also dismissed, and then a 2003 arrest for misdemeanor battery that was dismissed. So obviously those were dismissed. You weren't convicted of it, but can you just talk to me what was happening in your life? What's the story with that?
Okay, here we go. I was married in, I think, 94. And long story short, my wife would have me arrested because that was a way to get me out of the house, out of the home, because her now current husband was dating my sister. So that's the reason how those occurred, and they're married today. Like one time, I recall real clear. The police came to my house. I was watching a football game, and I answered the door. I'm all happy, and they was like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "I don't know." And they just arrested me. They was like, "We know you didn't do nothing," and they just took me out the house, took me to the precinct, sat there for about an hour, and they let me go. Basically. I don't even recall going to court over this. I didn't receive a ticket or anything.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Well, thanks for sharing your story with us, Mr. Holmes. Hope you are able to sit down in a chair once you hit retirement, but really appreciate your time before us and hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you all.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, next we'll be hearing from Frederick Glass. All right, so thanks for appearing before us. Mr. Glass, you've seen how this works, so now is the opportunity to share your story with us, and then I'll open it up to the board for questions, so please proceed.
Shortly after high school, I got roped into a group of friends that, when you're young and you don't really have much going on, you try to find as many friends as you can because young kids have self-esteem issues and such. I got roped into the wrong group of people, and we ended up going to Wilmot Speedway and stole a soda machine. I didn't really know what they were doing and what they had going on, and I just kind of ended up with them that night. And we were in my truck, and they cut the fence open, and all of a sudden there's a soda machine in my truck. And what do you do then? You're kind of along for the ride, really. It's too late then. They wanted to put it in a storage unit that they had, and we got to this storage unit and it was full of tools and you name it. And I had no part of any of that. Once I saw that, it was, what the heck is going on, So I got charged with theft of movable property. I think it was 9/19/2000. So I would have been 20 years old. Ended up having to pay restitution. I did spend 2 days in county jail, paid the restitution as soon as I got out. So I didn't have any probation. And then everything was done after that. Since all of that, I've been a member of the Kansasville Fire Department. I've been on the department for 17 years. Well, 18 now, I think. 2007, I bought a house, started remodeling it and, moving on with my life. In 2008, I met my wife. We started a business, and the business is still going now. We've had 3 boys since then. They're 2, 6, and 8. So we started a little late, but I think that's better because now we're financially stable and we can raise our children right. We recently moved out of our house and moved into a townhouse because we're going to build a house this spring. We bought some land. We're going to go back out to the county and let the boys have some animals and do 4-H and all the things. I'd like to receive a pardon because, first of all, I want to raise my boys the right way and teach them to be good people. And I feel like with this hanging over my head, it's tough to steer them in the right direction. Also want to maintain a positive image for my business. It's embarrassing because this conviction is not who I am. It's not how I was raised. That's not me. Also, being on the fire department, you can't hold public office. So this is also limiting my growth at the fire department. So that's pretty much my story.
Thanks. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Glass, how far is it from where you live now to the scene of the crime?
Where I live now?
Yeah. Well, or in Kansasville. Okay.
Yeah, 20-25 minutes.
Okay, thanks. And thanks for your service on the fire department.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Well, thanks, Mr. Glass, for appearing before us. Appreciate your time, and you'll hear from us in about a month. Good luck with the home build.
Thank you.
Great. Next, we will be hearing from Lawanda Tony. So Lawanda, let's see. Yep, there we have you. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lawanda. Well, you've seen how this works, so please proceed, Ms. Tony.
Okay, back in 99, I was working at Best Buy, and I lost my job. I had 3 children. I was a single mother, and I told this young lady that supposed to be my friend, like I lost my job, and she indicated to me like, oh, I can get you some money. Just put this check in your bank account, And I did that and it cleared. You know, she called me like, oh, can you call and see if it cleared? So I called to see if it cleared. It cleared. And the check was for like $2,800 or whatever. I shared it with her, split it down the middle with her. And then later, here come the police a year later saying that I have a warrant for my arrest. And I'm like, a warrant for my arrest? And at the time I was pregnant with my fourth child. And so they took me to jail. And it was like the beginning of 2000. So I end up going to court, whatever. So I got convicted 9/21/2000. 3 years probation, 30 days, what was it? 30 days. It was 30 days confinement, 3 years probation, withheld sentence. However, my supervision did get extended due to payment. But once I ran into my public defender and I was telling her that they extended my probation, and she told me, she said, that's money like that from the bank, that goes on your credit. So then therefore, if I went back to my, at the time, probation officer, supervisor, I said, I completed my supervision with no trouble. I did what I was supposed to do. I never dropped a dirty UA. I never missed visits. I never, I said, so I'm not understanding why is this being, she said, well, we can sign you off. So they signed me off and she tried to extend me 5 more years. And I'm like, so on with the next thing. The things I have completed since my conviction. I have gotten my daycare certificates. I worked in a daycare. I was a CNA, a certified nursing assistant before, right during the time the crime was committed. I'm sorry, Facebook people but after the crime was committed, I went and got my CNA license, which is a certified nursing assistant. So it hindered me from a lot of jobs once the court case was pending. So I went along and got my certification for child. So I have had that since 2003. I then later went back and obtained my CNA again because it was over the 7-year mark. So I have been a CNA again since 2013. Let me see. I have also volunteered in the polls elections where I go and, take the ballots and things like that. Right now I'm at a COVID testing site, but, I have did things in the community as far as helping with church gatherings. I have recommendation letters from people that I have provided cares for, family members, indicating how loving and caring of a person I am and how passionate I am about, caring for people. I have worked in hospice, so my job basically all the way around the board is helping and taking care of people, helping people as well. So I feel I should get this pardon due to I'm engaged to be married June 4th. My fiance, he owns a trucking business. And at this time, I am trying to get my nursing, my nursing degree. And that's a hinder for me, this felony. I got so many dreams and visions. I want to open up daycares. And that right there is a permanent bar for me to open up a daycare. I have a lot of, I have improved myself a lot in a lot of things, in a lot of ways, and especially the way of thinking and, judgment of friends, because sometimes you can have people that you think your friends are really not. So that would conclude my
Thanks, Ms. Tony, and congratulations on being engaged, and good luck with the wedding preparations. Questions from the board?
It's almost here.
Okay, that's right. It's gonna be here before you know it. That's right. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning, Ms. Tony. Ms. Tony, I'm trying to understand your description of the crime. So this person brings you a check for $3,800 or whatever it was.
Yes.
And asks you to deposit it.
Yes.
And then you're going to split it.
Yes, we did. We did split it. It wasn't
Yeah, I get that, but why? Why would she just give you half Of
because
turning
I
who
told
else?
her I lost my job, and this I'm thinking this is my friend. She like, oh, I'll give it to you and you could just cash it or whatever. She was like, you can split. I'm like, okay. And at the time, at 21, you don't think like, oh, you young, dumb, and you don't understand a lot of things. Because I was very green to the streets, to the ghetto, to the things. I was very green to the streets because my mom and dad worked and things like that. I did not think that this would be, a criminal offense. I didn't, because never in my million years would I ever think that I would have a felony because of the person I am. So, and my character.
Okay.
So,
And I might be stealing somebody else's question here, but I thought I heard you say something about lots of letters of support.
yeah, the person that sent my things over, it was a letter from a Susan. What's her last name? It start with a B. If I can get those.
Whoa, slow down. But I don't have any letters of support in the file.
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to contact the man that, the attorney that's supposed to send those over, because I did send those over to him from the
Okay.
church member, as well as the lady that I provided care for, mother.
Okay. Well, that was why I was kind of curious, because
Okay.
the kind of things you've done, and
Yes.
the people you've helped,
Yes.
normally we would see letters of support from those
And that's
kinds
what
of folks, and that's why I
did
was
send them over
surprised.
to him, so I'm not for sure why you guys didn't receive them. I will send him a quick email and ask him, but it's basically the pardon thing is here now, so
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, Ms. Tony, thanks for appearing before us. I hope you have a good weekend, and thank you for all of your work in terms of healthcare, especially over the past 2 years. It's not been an easy path, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you. You guys have a great day, and thanks for listening.
Take care.
You too.
Next, we will be hearing from Brittany Lachicum, and I apologize ahead of time for potentially mispronouncing that, Brittany.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. No problem. It's Lincecum. I know it's a very
Lincecum.
odd last
Got it.
name.
All right, well, thanks, Ms. Lincecum, for appearing before us. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
All right. Thank you. And hello and good morning, everyone. As he stated, my name is Brittany Lincecum, and I would like to thank you all very much for your time and the opportunity to request a pardon from Governor Evers in regards to my convictions received during 2004 and 2008. I understand that in my application, I did submit both misdemeanor and felony convictions. And this was due to all of my convictions being run concurrently and tying back to the original 2004 felony. I basically just wanted to make sure that you guys had all information needed and nothing was missing. I was charged with burglary, retail theft, resisting or obstructing an officer, theft of movable property, and bail jumping. Unfortunately, during the years of 2004 and 2008, I was homeless due to my alcoholic mother. In a nutshell, my childhood was very unsafe, traumatic, which caused me to have a very low self-esteem and little self-worth. I was living in motels, I was living in my vehicle, people's couches, bad decisions, unfortunately, as well as being in an emotionally and physically abusive relationship, which I can say as of today, I no longer am. Thank you. So that part of my life is past as well. I was originally sentenced to the first offenders program. Unfortunately, it was revoked and I was sentenced to probation. I was released from probation on all charges in July of 2010. And all of my restitution and fees have since been paid in full. In 2008, I found out that I was pregnant with my little son. So my whole life changed around February of 2008. Since being released from probation in 2011, I did apply for my record to be expunged. However, it was denied due to no authority by the court, and that's despite Judge Mosier and the DA being in agreement with it. I've attended college at Herzing University. I've worked with the Dane County Job Center as well as the Tenant Resource Center while I was on the W-2 program. I was also submitting up to 25 applications a week for employment. However, I was continuously denied due to my record and having limited resources as being a single mother. I apologize. I have it wrote down because I want to make sure I'm getting everything. I did finally get a job in 2014. I was hired by Tellurian as an on-call human service assistant. And I stayed with the company all the way up until March of 2020 when I was laid off due to the unfortunate global pandemic COVID-19. Since, I have been really focused on my mental and physical health. I meet weekly with my service providers. I no contacts with anybody from my former life. My whole goal now is just to focus on my son and myself and making sure that we're happy, healthy, and safe is kind of a mantra I say all the time. Working with my service providers, my main goal is to continue hopefully living my best life. And excuse me, I apologize for being nervous. I'm still being denied employment due to my record, despite the fact that my last conviction was over 10 years ago. Now that I'm back looking for employment, I believe a pardon from Governor Evers will allow me to finally move forward and no longer be looked at as a criminal. I understand I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and I don't want, but now that's past. Now it's 2022, and I just want to continue to move forward and be the best person that I can be, the best role model for my son. I believe if I've answered all questions.
No, you did good. I'll open up to the board for questions.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Brittany, how is your son doing?
He's doing great. Thank you. He's 13 years old. It's just me and him. That's my little buddy. But we both struggle with some mental health concerns. So we both have service providers through Journey Mental Health. He sees a therapist. So we have a great team working together.
Okay, and I read your application. You had really serious struggles finding a place to live, living in your car. What's your situation now?
I am happy to say that we have secured housing within CDA Truex, so we're in low income, thankfully. But that was a fight to get in. I actually needed help from my former probation officer, Diane Lazar, to help with my appeal hearing, because I kept getting denied. Nobody wanted to rent to me. And we've maintained the same housing since. So for over 10 years now, we've been at the same location.
Good.
What did she do to help you, Brittany?
She wrote me a letter of recommendation and came to my appeal hearing with June Garvin, I believe was the lady at CDA at the time, and just helped advocate for me that I was not the person that I was when I received these convictions.
That's great.
And my primary focus again is just to make sure my son has the best opportunities that it possible. I tell him all the time, I don't want him to ever have to go through the things that I went through. Number one and foremost, my son is going to know that his mother loves him and that I'm always going to be here for him no matter what.
That's great. Any other questions from the board? Well, thanks, Brittany, for appearing before us. You'll hear in terms of the outcome of the process in about a month, but I appreciate your candor with us and hope you have a good weekend.
You as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. All right. Next, we'll be hearing from Miles Kunez.
Kunez.
All right.
Yep.
Well, thanks, Miles, for appearing. I always feel bad mispronouncing people's names, but everybody also mispronounces mine. So
I hear you.
So you've seen how this works. So please proceed, Miles.
I'd like to start with, I've been listening to these stories for a little while now, and it's a very humbling experience listening to everybody's different walks of life and what they've been going through. But so Good morning. Thank you for your consideration. Moving forward with the provided structure that you have, my offense, there's no other way to describe it than it's just the biggest lapse of judgment in my life. It was a party to a crime. I drove a vehicle with people to a breaking and entering. If I would have known how violent it would have gotten that night, I would have never been around those people or that scenario ever again. I own my actions, everything that happened, the consequences for it. Because of that consequence, an innocent man was put in the hospital, and he made a full recovery, which I'm very, very thankful for, but I was still part of that, and I have to own it, and I have been owning it. My sentencing, from that, I did 3 months in county jail, 5 years on probation, and with that, I also did 1 year of AODA assessment. The 3 months of county jail, I was able to get work release, where I maintained my job at a local factory and never had any issues there. With the 5 years of probation, I never had a issue with any house visit or urinary test. Since then, during probation, I went back to school at North Central Tech through the welding program. I've worked factories for several years in Central Wisconsin. When I was released from probation in 2014, shortly after that, I moved to Seattle, where I pursued a career in commercial diving. I also joined the medical field that year. I am a remote medical EMT. I've been maintaining that ever since. I now work down in the Gulf of Mexico as a commercial diver and a remote medic. I'm also this year joining the Diver Board of Hyperbaric Medicine, which is a very, very difficult process, but I'm very thankful for having the opportunity to do that. With this pardon, I'd like to pursue more international work for some of the larger oil companies, and I guess just keep living a good life and working, moving forward.
2 questions for you, Miles. One,
yes, sir.
Can you describe a little bit, what does it mean to be a remote medical EMT? What does that entail?
So it's kind of like a basic EMT working in an ambulance, except the ambulance isn't there. A lot of medical providers working in an ambulance, if you have an issue at home, you're 10 to 15 minutes away from having higher care with you. Me being on a boat offshore, I'm 6 to 8 hours away. So if something were to happen, I have to transition as a quality medical person in charge of taking care of that person for much longer than the half-hour ride to the hospital.
Yeah. And can you tell a little bit, you list in your application that you've done, quite a bit of cleanup work with a number of hurricanes, including Harvey and Sally. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So a lot of that is first responding, getting down there right away after it, setting up food distributions, water distributions, fuel, gas, those are big ones. Cleaning up streets, cleaning up backyards. It's really a mess, but it's kind of like an all hands on deck, and the smallest thing you can do helps considerably with people.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Oh, thanks for appearing before us, Miles. You've heard me say a couple of times, you'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and candor, and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
All right, next we'll be hearing from Wayne Wilson. So
good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson. So you've seen how this works. So now is your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
Yeah, back when I was 19, I made some pretty poor choices of friends and made one bad decision, and was riding around one day with a buddy, party to crime or whatever, and how or why I had no reason to rob this paper boy. And when I got apprehended a few hours later or so like that, I took immediate responsibility. It's, hey, I messed up, by whatever, let's get this thing over with. That's not in my character at all. But I did what I did, and that's 40 some years ago. And once I went to jail, did my time, I never went back down that trail ever, never even looked for a second to go back that way. And then moving forward and stuff, that helping my daughter go through college. I had a home improvement business for a while. Then because of the weather and all that stuff, I decided to get in something 9 to 5-ish. And then I recently retired because I had a foot injury at work, and so many hours that I'd had to work, I just physically could not work this job any longer. So now, I got to look for a part-time job, and it doesn't look very good when I have to put a felony on my record. And I just want to clear my conscience. I mean, it's bothered me for 40 some years, and I came into the world with a clean record, and I want to go out with a clean record. I come from a long family of law enforcement back when they wanted to get me into law enforcement, but then again, the felony thing stopped me from doing that also. So now I just help the community out, pretty much the whole community, because I do know how to do home improvements, mechanical work, handyman stuff, do a little bit of everything, pick people up that are hurt or can't get places, stuff like that. And, I don't know pretty much what else to say.
Oh, that's helpful. I'll open up for questions, but I have one first. Can you talk a little bit about, one of the steps of this process is we always reach out to the victim of a crime, and sometimes people respond, sometimes they'll even appear before us, sometimes they'll submit a letter. Can you talk a little bit, a couple questions? One, were you in contact with the victim at all after this? Did you even know who the person is? And two, do you know what kind of impact this had on the victim, or have you thought about that at all?
Oh, I think about it all the time. And I know I haven't had any contact with him after that. I don't think he really wanted to see me or whatever. And yeah, I just, to go back to him, I figured he'd be scared or whatever. So it didn't make any sense. If he would have wanted to reach out, I would have reached out. I'd apologize left and right. Yeah, and I do not know the impact it had on him.
Questions from the board? Jerry?
I have a very specific question about your application. Did you really restore a 1967 Dodge Challenger?
No, a 67 Cutlass convertible, which I still have.
Oh my gosh.
And a 66 Charger and an 88 Thunderbird. I got 4 classic cars, and that's kind of my hobby right now. So,
well, when I saw the Charger, that was the car of my teenage dreams.
Oh yeah, I still got it.
Any other questions from the board?
Just an observation. Don't let your lawyer take any of those cars as payment for his treatment.
I should have
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge.
I should have signed them titles, huh?
Thanks, Mr. Wilson, for appearing before us, and you'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Thank you, and you have a great weekend.
Thanks. All right, next we will be going to our final applicant of this morning's session. So Dara Vang, looks like you're on. So if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself.
Hi, you guys hear me?
We can hear you just fine. So Mr. Vang, thanks for appearing. You've seen how this works. So now's your opportunity to share your story with us, and then I'll open up for questions. So please proceed.
Okay, great. I received my felony conviction in March 9, 2006. I was taking drive vehicle without consent. And what happened, I was in high school associated with these who I thought were the cool kids. As a young, naive, curious, and immature teen who tried to fit in, I did what any teenager would do to be cool and to be accepted by these friends. But little did I know, they were just bad influence on me. One day, these friends asked if I knew about master keys. These master keys were regular old Honda and Toyota keys that were shaved down to start and open automatic vehicles like Hondas and Toyotas. It showed me the keys and how to make it and how to use them. Instead of stopping there, I just listened. Instead of stopping there to listen to the stories, I took it upon myself to make my own master key, and by taking my spare copy of my parents' Toyota key and to see if it would work. Between the dates of January 12, 13, 2006, I set out to find an automatic Honda, in which was the victim's 1992 Honda Civic. I proceeded to jiggle the key into the door open. Then I tried the ignition and the car started. And after that, I took off. So on January 18, 2006, I drove the vehicle to school and I decided to exit the off-ramp. And by doing so, I struck the vehicle in front of me. After that accident, I ran, and thereafter, shortly, I was detained and taken into custody. So what happened afterwards, I pled guilty. The court sentenced a 2-year probation and restitution of $2,261.12. Probation was completed and the restitution paid. I paid restitution with the money earned and saved from Gilley's frozen custard at that time. During this time, I graduated high school and enrolled into Milwaukee Area Technical College in Oak Creek for auto collision and refinish technician. Doing so, I received my technician diploma. However, little did I know, many establishments would not hire me and deny me due to my felony conviction. Even when everything was going great, until they saw the box that was checked that I had a felony on my application, and that crushed me, and it hurts to be denied employment, even though you have the skills and the diploma necessary for the job. And that's when I realized the severity of my foolish actions and how this will affect me for the rest of my life. But not only my life, I could have caused major bodily harm to the person or people inside the vehicle I struck and caused life-altering events for them as well. And to think I selflessly needed the vehicle more than the victim while I had the opportunity to take the city bus back into and from school. As a tenant, my reckless action to take the victim vehicle caused the victim unwanted stress, frustration, loss of wages, and the ability for the victim to use the vehicle as it was intended for that purpose. And I'm truly sorry for that. Now, as a father of 3 handsome boys, smart, savvy boys, 8, 6, and 2, I have the opportunity to care, provide, and love and guide them to my fullest of my capabilities. I'm employed full-time, homeowner, and have an associate at MATC in Mechanical Design Technologies. I am who I am today, a success because of the actions of the 17-year-old naive and immature individual who had no understanding of the seriousness, consequences, and effects of my actions from more than 15 years ago. Since then, I have stayed out of trouble, bettered myself academically, mentally, and have grown as a life partner, father, son, and brother. Now that the opportunity is here, I want a pardon to restore my civil rights lost as a felon. I would love to have my firearms rights restored so I can have the opportunity to join law enforcement as a police officer. With the approval of the pardon, I will be able to have a career that I always dreamed of, but what seemed impossible can now be possible. I want to make a positive change within my community by helping people in need. And with the opportunity to become a police officer, I can do so. With majority support of the Pardon Advisory Board, I ask you to support me in my future endeavors. Thank you.
Mr. Vang, questions from the board? Jeff and then Jerry.
Good morning, Mr. Vang. Where are you working right now?
Right now, I'm currently employed at Magnatech, CMCO. Yes, I'm still there.
Okay. And I've heard a lot of reasons in my career for why people steal cars, or especially young people. I'm not sure
Yes.
I've ever heard of one where they stole a car so they could get to and from school with the car. Not that that makes it okay, but it's certainly somewhat less egregious than the knuckleheads we see stealing cars and then racing around the streets of Milwaukee and running red lights and so forth. So I appreciate all the things you've done since this crime to try and straighten your life out. The other question or comment I have is, I know the Hmong community is very tight-knit community, especially in the Milwaukee area. And I noticed that you have like 11 letters of support from family members. Is there any member of your family that doesn't know about this and didn't write a letter on your behalf?
Well, our family is growing up. We like to stay connected together, and we like to tell everybody everything, so everybody knows everybody's business, and that's how we do as a family. So, you know, when I asked them to assist me in writing this, they willingly agreed, and I appreciate them for that.
Good for you. Thank you.
Jerry?
Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow up with that, Mr. Vang, how old were you when you came from Laos?
Came from where?
I'm sorry, where did you immigrate from?
Oh, Laos, yes. Came from Laos. I was a baby, so I didn't know anything. I have no recollection of that. My mom just said, "You were born and then we came here." So I was a Laos citizen for maybe, I don't know, a couple minutes, an hour or two, get on the flight here.
Okay.
Wow.
And your mother and father had 12 children?
Correct.
And along with Judge Krimmers, I read the letters of recommendation, and it's really very impressive. I mean, one of your sisters is a nurse, and I mean, just what your family has done is really remarkable, and you're very much a part of that remarkable family.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Vang, thanks for appearing before us. I know this isn't an easy forum to do it, but really appreciate your candor with us and your application. And you'll hear from us in about a month from today's date in terms of the outcome of the process. But hope you have a good weekend and good luck with those three boys.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes our morning session. So now I'm going to make a motion that we go into closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notice, including, among other things, considering specific persons, applications, and personal information. Is there a second? Jeff seconds. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and I'm going to move some people into the waiting room. All right, folks, we'll get started in just a minute. All right, well, it is 1:02, so we'll get started. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the afternoon session for the February 11th Pardon Advisory Board hearing. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm going to go through a couple of housekeeping items, and then we are going to jump right into it since we have a full docket for this session. So my name is Ryan Nelson and I'm Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel. I also have the privilege to serve as chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. We are going to be hearing from each of you today. How this process will work is that I will call you up in the order that you are listed on the public meeting notice for today. So we will be starting with Joel, then going to Kyle, James, Catherine, Keith, Alan, Nathaniel, Michelle, and then Jonathan. When I call you up, please make sure your camera's on and unmute yourself. Until it is that time, please turn your camera off and mute yourself. We are streaming this live on Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN, and also on YouTube. And so that helps us maintain audio quality and board members present. All right, sorry about that. All right, sorry about that, people. Um, all right, hopefully that will work. Sorry. My apologies for that. So when I call you up, no,
Not working.
I'm gonna
on-
switch accounts.
Ryan, we can see you, but can't hear you.
All right, how about that? All right, sorry about that, folks. Have to switch to my cell phone here. So when I call you up to speak, you'll have about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. During that time, we sent you a couple of questions that we want you to answer. So please explain to us in terms of how you ended up with your felony conviction. We want specifics about it. In terms of what happened and why you did it. We want to hear about how your sentencing went after, and then also what happened after your sentence in terms of completing it, and then what you've done since then in order to earn the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we hear from each of you, we will be meeting in closed session as a board, and we will be voting at that time. If you receive majority support from the board members present, your application will go to Governor Evers, who will make a final determination on whether or not to grant you a pardon. If you do not receive majority support, or if Governor Evers rejects your application, you will receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board in about a month. Similarly, if you are pardoned, you'll be notified in about a month from today's hearing. Other than that, I'm going to do a quick round of introductions. And then one last thing too, if once you're done speaking with us, you do not need to stay on, the call. So in terms of the board members we have present, we have Judge Jeff Kremers. Jeff is a former Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge. We also have, if you could just please mute yourself until it's your time to speak. Thank you. We also have Myrna Warrington, who's a tribal council member and now works in vocational rehabilitation. We have Jerry Hancock, who is a former state and county prosecutor, and now is director of the Prison Ministry Project. And then we also have Noble Ray, who is the former chief of police for the city of Madison and now does consulting for law enforcement agencies. And with that, we will hear first from Joel Bauman. So Joel, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on.
All right, I have the video on. Is it showing?
No. Not quite yet.
Um,
Looks like you have it turned on. Do you have something blocking your camera?
no, I don't.
Okay.
It was
Well, we
working
can-
just before. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. We can still proceed. So Joel, if you start off with those questions in terms of explaining why you're here today in terms of your felony conviction, and then I'll open
Right.
up to the board for questions. So please proceed.
All right, so at the time of my conviction in 2006, I was 19 years old, heading down an immature, irresponsible path. The day of my life-changing incident, I called a friend to asking for help finding some marijuana for another friend. I was sent to an address of people I had been familiar with, but not people that were on a friendship level. When I got to the house, a group of people came out of the residence, took my money, told me to leave, never exchanging the marijuana. They went back inside and I waited in my car to see if they would come back out. They eventually came back out, surrounded me with baseball bats, brass knuckles, and warning me to leave the property. I did leave at this point, and I called a brother and a friend of mine. They told me they would take care of it, and I met with them. They then called some friends which I had not been familiar with before that day. Excuse me. And we all went back to the address together. We knocked on the door. I grabbed a shovel that was located near the door. When the door opened, I wedged the shovel in between the door frame so that they could not shut the door on us. At this point, everyone shoved their way into the house. Someone started demanding the money back that was taken from me. At this point, it was an extreme chaos because those that were in the house from their side came out with their bats and weapons. One of the guys that was with us pulled out a gun and took complete control over the situation. At this point, I was in a state of shock, and I can't recall everything that happened in those moments as it was all happening so fast and it was so out of control. Someone from another room came with my money and then we all left. I went back to my then girlfriend's house with a friend. After about an hour, officers came and we were arrested. So on September 5th, 2006, I was sentenced to 9 months in jail and 6 years of probation. While incarcerated, I completed my GED. After incarceration, I completed a drug and alcohol treatment and probation. Since finishing probation, I became a father and have successfully completed 4 years of an apprenticeship program through Faith Technologies. I'm one test away from obtaining my journeyman electrician license. Since my conviction, I've changed my life in a positive way. I continue to do everything to better the lives of myself and my son personally and professionally. My friendships are now more quality than quantity, and I choose to surround myself with those that have a positive effect on themselves and others. I saw the effect of my actions on my family, especially my mother, and I couldn't stand to see them go through that kind of shame again. A lot of people in my position would say that it happened because I was hanging out with the wrong crowd, which is true to a point. But at that age, honest reality is I didn't think things through. This was a mistake I never thought I was capable of making, but I did, and I live with those consequences to this day. I'm a father of my 12-year-old son now, and I'm finding myself going overboard and trying to instill structure and discipline to avoid him going down the path I did in my adolescent years. I want to think things, I want him to think things through and know the consequences of his actions. He's on a more positive path than I was at my age, and I'm so proud of him. He's the main reason I'm requesting to be considered of a pardon. My fondest memories growing up were hunting and fishing with my father, grandfather, and those I hold closest to my heart. My grandfather has since passed, and I try to honor by taking my son outdoor adventures like those I had. I purchased a compound bow a few years ago, so I should continue my love for hunting. I'm eager to continue to teach my son the why and behind hunting and how it impacts the ecosystem. I have respect for the land and the animals and how to use the tools safely. I would love to be able to hunt with him in all capacities. One of the trips on my bucket list would be able to take him and go fishing in Canada. I have not been able to do this with my felony conviction, as I am not allowed in that country. And that's
All right, thanks, Joel. One question for you. Can you walk me through back in 2012, so 10 years ago, you had a conviction on disorderly conduct misdemeanor with a domestic abuse modifier, and then
Yes. So
walk me through that.
Yep, I was living with my then girlfriend at the time. We got into an argument. My son was there with us at the time. I chose to do the right thing, which I thought was the right thing, and pick him up, and we were gonna leave. In the process of leaving, she got a little physical, tried to push me from stopping me from leaving. I eventually got through the door, me and my son, because I didn't want him seeing any of that. He was 3 years old at the time. We took a car ride. We left for about an hour. I came back to see that she had left and took some of my belongings and his PlayStation. And after being there for an hour, cops then showed up and arrested me. And in that time, I had 2 years left on my 6 years probation. And she knew that. And then I sat a couple days in jail on a PO hold while looking into it. And then she was texting me at that time, telling me how sorry she was, and that her mom, her stepmom, sorry, at the time worked at Outagamie County Jail and had helped her. Say I grabbed her, and then therefore I was put on a hold. And at the time, my PO actually released me, and I finished that probation without any problems. But from what I was told, that the state then takes the case and someone is held reliable on that, and I got charged and put on a year of misdemeanor probation, which I then finished as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Joel, for appearing before us. You'll hear about the outcome of this process in about a month, but appreciate your time. Feel free to jump off, and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, you as well.
Next, we are going to be hearing from Kyle. Kyle, looks like you already have your camera on, so if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself. You've now seen how this works, so please proceed sharing your story about your felony conviction. So please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And also thank you, board, for getting me thus far through this process. I'd like to start out actually a little bit before the conviction. In the summer fall of 1999, I was 20 years old, and I got caught in a trench collapse at work. It was by fault of my foreman operator at the time. I then, from there, I kind of left that type of work for a little while. I left there and went through some pretty hard times. I was very angry, and I drank a lot. Most of my free time was spent at a tavern when I was 21 years old. So now, while I was 21 years old in the year of 2000, I went with some coworkers, and one of which happened to be my cousin, for his birthday. We had gone out drinking at a bar near their home, and when we left, I say we, my girlfriend at the time met me there, and we had left, and she followed me back to our home in Muskego. And while we were heading there, I decided to stop at another local establishment. As I pulled in there was a gravel lot. And when I pulled off the pavement into the gravel lot, my brakes went to the floor. And I struck the corner of the structure of the tavern. When I did that, the corner of the wall had busted in, and that is where patrons are standing right there, seated right there rather, on their bar stools by the tavern. The bottom of the wall came in, and it knocked a woman, Elizabeth Ziegler, who I actually knew, not very well, but I did know her, knocked her on the floor, and she got a hairline fracture on her pelvis, which they, once the cops arrived, the police arrived, and I was found with a 0.14 blood alcohol content, which is much more. At the time, it was a 0.10 allowable limit. So I was almost 1.5 times over the legal limit. And so from there, after that horrible mistake, I went to sentencing. My judge was Patrick C. Hawney. He sentenced me to 12 months of Huber, 12 full months of Huber, 5 years of probation. There was restitution, court costs, all of that. So I paid my restitution off in a timely manner, as fast as a 21-year-old can work and pay it off. I had paid it all off. I was also had some community service, which I played football for many years and even went semi-pro after some of this. But I coached 7th grade football and served my community service, and then still proceeded to coach football for quite a while afterwards. I am now married. I have 2 children. I am an avid outdoorsman. I hunt, I fish, obviously a lot of archery. And my family and I spend a lot of time outdoors.
I also can't.
Also, we had a lot of hunting instilled in me through my father. He was an avid outdoorsman, upland bird hunter, and he had taught me a lot of great things along the way. And something I would really like to have instilled in my children as well. Unfortunately, with felony, I was never able to do such. I also, I am now working again in the same industry that almost killed me 20 some years ago. But I work back in here. I became a foreman operator. So I am a member of the 139 operating engineers, which was the exact position of the gentleman that almost killed me back when I was 20 years old. So since then, I have worked a lot with my union and companies that I've worked for with trench safety and things of that nature. A lot of safety related items. I am able to instill this in my crew, and we have pushed a lot of things along that are now the industry standard. So good things have come out of it, I guess. I had applied for a position that was through our local gas company in southeastern Wisconsin. It was a position that was pretty much made for me. I applied for it and did not get the job. I'm pretty certain I know why I didn't get the job with the felony conviction. So this would all mean a lot to me, having this pardon. So between the work and to be able to teach my children the things that were instilled in me, it would all mean a great deal.
Thanks, Kyle. You mentioned the victim. What was your relationship like leading up to it? And did you have contact with her afterwards? And what was that like?
I really didn't have much contact afterwards, mainly because I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed for what I had done. And I only known Elizabeth and her husband just from being patrons at the tavern. And that's really how I only knew them. So there really wasn't much contact afterwards.
Questions from the board? Jeff, and then Jerry, and then Myrna.
Good afternoon, sir. So I have two questions. One, a follow-up to what Ryan just asked you about. So you haven't seen this victim at all to know how she's recovered or anything?
The only way I knew was through friends that had talked with her and had contact with her. And so, and my mother had actually talked with her as well, quite a bit afterwards. So that is really how, that was really about it. So I could follow up and just know how she did was, throughout the process of healing and everything else. So it was just through, I guess, friends and family.
How'd she do?
Well, she did well. She was out of work for a little while, which I was sued and paid restitution towards that. But she was healed up in a pretty timely manner. I think she was back to work just a few weeks, I believe, afterwards.
So in 2003, it looks like you had some kind of a probation violation. What was that about?
Yes. So while I was on probation, there was a slight misunderstanding with me and my probation officer. I had moved to a friend's house that was in Muskego, and which is still in Waukesha County. But the driveway had a 3/4 of a mile long driveway that actually touched into Franklin, which was Milwaukee County. Being that the mailbox was in Milwaukee County, the property was actually Milwaukee County, but the house sat in Muskego. So I had asked her if it was, if something like this was going to be okay, for me to do. And originally she thought that it would have been, but it turns out that it wasn't. And matter of fact, my roommate and I had purchased a couple of race cars together, and we were racing at Hales Corner Speedway, and there was a little falling out, and he had called her and let her know that I was staying in that house and that the address is actually in Franklin, which is Milwaukee County. So she had called me up on a probation violation. 2003. That would have been, yeah. So yeah, she had called me up on a probation violation and had just for a short period of time, I guess, until she was satisfied.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jerry?
No, Jeff asked my victim question.
Verna?
Yes, thank you. Did you apologize to the victim?
I absolutely did. I
How,
had
verbally or written?
verbally in court. I had apologized to her. That was really the last time. That was the last time that I saw her, was at my sentencing. So I had apologized to her then, and I'm trying to think to be honest with you, I'm not certain if I feel like I may have wrote a letter to her, but I'm gonna say I didn't, because I'm not positive on that.
Okay, so the reason you got a felony is from drunk driving?
That is correct.
So, but you continue to drink now?
Only on very occasion, and never behind the wheel.
Yeah, I saw that, but so, you're in that predicament because of drinking, but you still drink?
Well, like I said, it's very situational. I'm not much of a drinker.
Okay.
But when I do, it's never behind the wheel.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Kyle, for appearing before us, answering our questions. As you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, next we'll be hearing from James Last. Let me see if we have James. Oh, there you are, James. All right. Well, you've seen how this works, James. So please proceed.
Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. Just want to say thank you first for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name's James Last. 23 years ago, on January 30th of 1999, I was 18 years old and I punched my friend Tim a couple times. I had listened to some other people that I thought were my friends, but they were telling me lies about Tim to instigate a fight. I'm explaining what led up to it. No way blaming anybody else for my actions. I did it. I hurt Tim, and it was only me. I've regretted that choice for the last 23 years. But I am happy to say that, I made amends with Tim, and I get to call him my friend again. Well, I got sentenced to jail with an imposed and stayed sentence that if I got in any trouble, I didn't go back through court. I just went right to prison. I got early release from the jail on the bracelet because I had good behavior and I didn't do anything wrong. After that, I had 5 years probation when I got released. I paid my restitution and I got early discharge after about 2.5 years for doing what I was supposed to and paying off the restitution early. While I was going through probation, I did AODA counseling and completed anger management classes. Before I committed this crime, I wanted to join the Army. That's all I wanted to do. I had taken the ASVAB and I scored very high, which meant I could basically pick any job in the military I wanted. And in 30 seconds, I ruined that dream of mine. I still have that passion, so I am now an officer of an organization that raises money for local veterans and their families. I was very angry with myself. I got another little, I got another trouble then too. That was my only felony. But after that sentence, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do anymore. I didn't know what career I could do because I was now a felon. I did some schooling for mechanics. I worked at some auto shops. I worked in a few factories, and I even did some personal security. But I worked, and I very many times had 2 jobs at the same time. I buckled down. I'm happily married. I'm raising 8 beautiful, sometimes snotty children. There's never a dull moment in my house. Okay. In July of 2017, my 19-year-old daughter tragically passed away. And I wanted her life to mean more. So I co-founded the Amanda's Legacy Tree Memorial Scholarship in her honor. 9 months after she passed away, we gave our first scholarship out. And this year will be our 6th scholarship we've given out. This is also my 8th year as a property manager, a maintenance man, and a lead renovator for the same employer. I am responsible for large amounts of money, and I hold keys for over 150 rental units. I'm also a supporter of my local law enforcement and police department. I have helped them with numerous investigations throughout the years. I'm very involved in my children's lives, their schooling, their sports. I have coached little league teams, and I've attended school board meetings. The reason I'm requesting a pardon is to allow more job opportunities for myself and my family. I would love to run for a seat on our school board and be more involved. I would also look in the future running for my city council. I would also like to, I've just been checking into this, mentoring late teenagers, because when I was that young, felony was just a word to me. I had no idea the implications I made in those seconds. And I want to let kids know, like I do it with mine, that your choices can ruin your life. It can ruin your dreams. So I'd like to mentor some late teens so they don't make the same mistakes. I'm definitely not perfect. I wake up every day and just be better. I'm just better. Just focused on being better than the day before. I know I have a lot more great things to accomplish. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, James. And very sorry to hear about your daughter. Can you
Thank you.
talk to me a little bit about, you mentioned that you formed a friendship again with him. Can you walk me through that? How did he rekindle that and make amends, that relationship?
Honestly, I was terrified. Tim actually reached out to me and asked how I was doing. I had some health concerns the last few years. I had a kidney removed, half a kidney removed, and just had open heart surgery. And then we ran into each other in a grocery store, and I apologized, shook his hand, and he's an amazing guy. His family's amazing. I'm lucky that I'm lucky he forgave what I did. Yeah.
Thanks. Any other questions for James? Jeff?
So first of all, it looks like your probation was extended twice, once in 2000 and once in 2001. Can you tell us what that was about?
Those were for my misdemeanor ones. One was, I think it was disorderly conduct, because I didn't get sentenced for this one right away until 2003. So that was for my probation for, I wrote a bad check to a mechanic shop for brakes on my car because my brakes went out like in front of the shop and I didn't have enough money in it. And I wrote the check and they put me on probation until I paid the check off. That's when I was bouncing from different jobs because I didn't know what I wanted to do and I wasn't paying. So they extended it until I paid.
And just to make sure I understand the nature of your assault on your former friend, now rekindled friend, basically you beat him up because you thought he was ratting you out to the police?
That was one thing, yeah. People were just firing me up.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Well, James, thanks for your candor and sharing your story with us. I know this isn't an easy forum to do so, but we'll let you know about the outcome of this process in approximately a month from today, but hope you have a good day and a good weekend.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, next we're going to be hearing from Catherine Buskager. So Catherine, looks like your video is on already, so if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. There's a little microphone icon in the lower left-hand corner that you can just click on.
Oh, yep. Oh, there we go.
All right.
Sorry
well,
about
you've
that.
seen how this works, so why don't you start off with by just sharing your story with us, and then I'll open it up for questions. So please proceed.
Okay. So in April or the end of March of 2002, I was kind of going through a really rough time with my stepdad. He had throat cancer, and not that this has, any bearing on what I personally decided to do, but just started hanging out with the wrong people, basically. And we had a friend that was going out of town with her parents on a short vacation, like a weekend vacation or something. And they decided that to ask me to come along with them to break into this girl's house. And I was like, oh yeah, whatever, I go along with them. They went inside the residence, they grabbed like money, There was some checks, there was some jewelry. I don't know, maybe some other random things worth monetary value. And they came back out and we all left. So I stayed outside of the residence the whole time as the two of them went in. They both got charged with the same felony that I have. And they also were going to charge me with like theft, movable property. And then they just gave me a misdemeanor for that, and then a modifier for penalty theft of value, because I wasn't actually in the residence, I'm assuming is why they modified it. But anyways, a couple days later, the friend had called me and explained to me what happened. And I went, oh my God. I said, I know what happened. I was there. Let me talk to Officer Thomas, Timothy Thomas from Waterloo. And so she handed the phone over to him, and I told him, you know, briefly what happened. And he asked me if I could come down to the police station and write a report. And I did, because it's just, that's not who I am as a person. I don't want to take things from other people. You know, they work hard for their things and whatnot. It was just I was a 16-year-old kid, stupid decision, you know? So anyway, it continues on. Her and I didn't really talk after that. Maybe like one time, I think I saw her after that. I got charged a year later when I was already just about to turn 18 years old.
Oops, you muted yourself again, Catherine. There you go.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
Somebody's
just
trying
like
to
the
call
last
me.
5 seconds. So you're good now.
Just 1 second. Always the most inappropriate.
Still can't hear you, Catherine. Nope. I think what we'll do, Catherine, is I'll have a member of our staff will give you a call. We'll jump ahead to the next applicant, but we'll come back to you, okay? So we'll come back to Catherine in just a second. Keith, that means you're on deck. So
can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yep. So please proceed.
Okay, I want to thank you guys today for me. Means a lot to me. If you don't mind, I want to start back when I first moved from Milwaukee. We moved to Milwaukee from Chicago. I'm actually from Chicago, Illinois. I moved to Milwaukee at the age of 11. I used to stay with my mom and my stepfather. He was kind of abusive. So I ended up moving to Milwaukee to live with my paralyzed veteran dad. Actually, it kind of worked out because he was in a wheelchair. I was an upcoming growing boy, I'm sorry. And he really needed help. So I really moved from Chicago to Milwaukee to help him out. At the same time, it was giving me a chance to get away from the abusive guy. So when I moved here, my dad, he stayed in a disabled apartment building. And it was only just supposed to be him staying there. And so we didn't really have any place else to go. He ended up taking me in. We stand there. However, the apartment building complex, they found out that he had me staying there. So they ended up kicking us out. We had to find a place to stay. So we we found the apartment. I remember this apartment may have maybe like 6 or 7 stairs. My father is paralyzed. So I end up having to, when we go to the grocery stores, I had to take him up and down the stairs. If it's a doctor's appointment, I'm taking him, I'm like 11 years old at this time. So I remember that. I'm sorry. That's kind of where I'm going with my story. So I really didn't have like family here. All my family's in Chicago. So it was just really me and my dad. He's paralyzed. You know, it's not much we could do. So I'm growing up in Milwaukee. I'm already filling out a place. I don't know anyone here. It's just me and him. So I kind of got some stuff written down, but I'm just pretty much going off the top of my head now from what I remember. So at this time, I'll say I'm 18, going through high school or whatever. I'm still kind of, I'm not fitting in with everybody, So, the neighborhood that I was in, I remember, me trying to fit in with the kids that's around. I got to hanging with the wrong crowds and everyone, kind of older than me. And, I want to do the things they're doing. I had a very great father. He's dead and gone now, rest his soul. But he was a very good dad. Even though he's paralyzed, he was a very good dad. I'm trying to fit in. I'm a teenager at the time. I want to fit in. I want friends, So I got to hanging with the wrong crowds, doing the things they're doing, drinking, smoking weed, selling drugs. And this is where everything came to play at. It was May the 14th, 1995. Me and some friends was hanging on the corner. And I remember a couple of girls, one I knew from the neighborhood, the other one was just her cousin from somewhere else. I actually was attracted to her cousin at the time. So, I called the girl I knew over. Hey, how y'all doing? What's her name? Trying to get to meet her cousin. So she told me her name and they told me where they was going. So, and they asked me to come by a little later. I said, sure, I'll come by. So I end up going down to the apartment building. They invited me in. I'll say maybe like 30 minutes with me being inside the apartment building. Police come knocking at the door. So the girls, one of them opened the door. Police came in. They came they knew who they was coming from. They came right to me and, freeze, everybody freeze. I remember, get down, put your hands behind your head. They got to searching us. But however, they didn't find anything on me at that time. I had rock cocaine in my sock. I was intending to sell. I didn't even get a chance to sell anything because I'm so busy, talking with the girls or whatever. End up taking me down to the station. And they charged me with possession with cocaine with intent to delivery. And I remember my judge name. Her name is Maxine White. And I never had been in any trouble at that time before. I was just, I don't know what, that was like one of the worstest years of my life. So at around that time, I remember she gave me 3 years jail time and I'm sorry. She gave me 3 months jail time and 3 months probation. So I end up doing all the 3 months probation, and I did all my I did the 3 years probation. I did my 3 months jail time successfully. And I remember it was just real hard for me to once I got out of that stuff, it was real hard to find employment. But at that time also, I didn't mention this, I'm sorry, I go back. So I started being a caretaker for my father at this time, independent first. So that was probably the only job I could get at that time. So I ended up taking care of him. I got hired to take care of him and I was doing that. But then my father had passed. So I had to find, other means to make money. So I ended up going to temp service, trying to find work, find jobs. And it was really hard to really find. This thing was over my head for the longest, I remember. So I ended up finding one of my my kid's mom at the time. She was really in my corner, Tamika. And she kind of helped me go through get my forklift license, however. So I end up getting my forklift license, working for this place called Clean Test. I was like a very good worker for those guys. They actually hired me in. I was making $12.25 when they hired me in. I started making $12.50. However, I thought I was gonna be making a little more. I got kids. My kids young at this time. I'm on child support, and I'm thinking I'm gonna make a lot of money. It didn't work out that way. When they hired me in, they gave me 50-cent raise, and it just was terrible. So that day forward, I remember sitting in the break room, and I started looking in the newspapers, and I seen jobs, like we're hiring recruiting jobs for trucking. So I called the guy up, and yeah, we set up an appointment. I went out for trucking, and I went there. I passed all my classes with flying colors, and now I'm a truck driver 17 years later, raising my kids. I got 8 beautiful kids now. I actually had a boy. He was in college. My oldest boy, he kind of broke his arm, so he's not doing that anymore. But before that, I stayed at their schools and, at their games, and making sure, instilling the best in them, like something my father couldn't do with me, So, but I stay in their life. I just want the best for them and keep them out the street. So far, so good. They're on track. All my kids graduated from school. I just got one more. I'm just waiting to do right. And my thing was back then, though, I never had a role model. Like I had 3 older brothers. My oldest brother, he had got killed in gun violence in Chicago. My 2 other brothers, they both was in jail, strung drugs. So I never had a role model. And the things I was doing, I know I was just acting out at the time. I had no one in my life. My father, he was a great man, but we couldn't do much together. So, yeah.
I think I'll open it up for questions. You were very thorough, so I'll see if the board has any questions for you. Any questions from the board? Jerry?
Tell me about your plan for a food truck.
Yes. So I am a very good cook. I wish I could show you guys some of my food. So I actually purchased a truck maybe like 2 years ago, and I just been, me and my boys, we go over there and work on this thing, but money is kind of skim right now. So my plan is to open up this truck and turn it into a family business. And like I say, I want to get it going with my family. I want to build generation wealth with my boys. I just want to keep them focused also off the streets. I think it's a very good idea. I think it's a very good idea. I plan on going to culinary art school. I think this is a very good idea for this truck.
What menu? What kind of menu would you have?
Well, the type of menu I would have anything from finger foods. I would have like soul foods, even like let's say I do like jerk foods, like Jamaican foods, if you miss, like Caribbean foods. So I have a very wide selection of
Jeff, do you have a question?
Mr. Williams, this crime was occurred in 1995.
Yeah.
Since that crime, however, you've been arrested for battery at least 5 times between 1996 and 2001, or 2003, I guess was the last one, and then nothing since then. So what?
Yes, well, with that.
What happened in 2003 that you suddenly stopped getting arrested for battery charges?
I stopped messing with the crazy woman I was dealing with. If you know that, I never got convicted of any of those crimes. I never got convicted for battery with those women. It was just, like I said, I was kind of wild, I was kind of ladies man at the time. I had more than one girlfriend, so messing with multiple women, you know, I mean, it was like kind of like a, well, if I can't have them, you can't have them type thing. And you know, I'm pretty much a good guy. Like I said, I never got convicted of any of those batteries or anything. So it wasn't that. I just had to stay focused and just, if I would have did, my father used to tell me this a long time ago, just stay focused. Don't worry about them girls and do what you got to do and live your life. After a while, I got thinking about that. Like, he really makes sense. Like, you know, so I stopped, you know, I only have one fiance now. Well, I've been stopped that a long time ago. So once I let all the women go, that's when all the troubles went down the drain.
Thank you.
Jerry?
How old was your brother when he was killed?
Cyrus was, and he had a rough life too. He was in and out of jail. Cyrus was probably like 36.
And you were 11 when he was killed?
When he got killed, I actually was 10.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Keith, for appearing before us and sharing your story. Appreciate it. And as you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of this process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we will go back to you, Catherine. Hopefully we have the audio worked out.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's fine. It's the challenges of 2022 in Zoom. But so if you recall where you were, you can start there. Otherwise, you know, I think you're through most of your story, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I was at the so the probation part. I did successfully complete 3 years of probation. I didn't have any behavioral issues, never revoked, extended, etc. I since being charged with this, I have obtained an associate's, a bachelor's, and a master's in business. And I got halfway through my doctoral program before my financial aid capped out. And I couldn't afford to pay 14 grand out of pocket for every semester. So, but I still want to accomplish that before my time is up here on earth. I've diligently worked full time even before that, before I got charged with that, but especially since, because I have 5 children now, and I do run, my fiance he's an owner operator. He owns his own trucking company. So I take care of the financial part of that and the paperwork and whatever else he needs me to do. This pardon has plagued me for not this pardon, I'm sorry. I should receive a pardon, I feel, because this felony has plagued me for 20 years now. It is something that constantly hangs over my head. I've been denied employment because of it. I actually have gotten myself, in the last year or so, since I've been with him, with my fiance, I'm no longer on Section 8. I've, just trying to better all of our lives. And, but the thing is, I can't even rent an apartment in my name because of the felony. They have a lifetime ban in some places. I moved to Kenosha and they will not rent me an apartment in my name because of a felony from 20 years ago. The other reason that I would really like this off my record is it's just not the type of person that I am. I was a 16-year-old kid. No, I'm not perfect by any means at all. I went through some juvenile stages when I was younger. I just feel like I've learned a really valuable lesson through all of this, and I feel that I shouldn't be punished for it for the rest of my life. It's been 20 years of punishment, and I feel like that's been enough.
Thanks, Catherine. Questions for her? Jerry?
Is it safe to, you have a really impressive academic record with a master's degree, beyond a master's degree, but your employment record is mostly kind of lower end jobs. Is it safe to say that's because of the felony?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then another question, you worked several times at the Pine Cone out on Highway 51.
Yes.
Were you there when it closed?
No, I had left in April of last year. So they closed in September, but I do know the situation.
Okay. And the situation was that they had lost their lease, or?
So
there was some controversy about the closing.
Right. During the quarantine, he had actually received a bunch of PPE money and never gave it to any of his employees. It was $500,000, and basically right now he's on the run.
Wow.
Because they're trying to make him pay it back. And yeah, so he just left everybody high and dry, never gave any of the employees a heads up. I've worked there since before I was charged with this felony, like on and off throughout the years. I was a manager there. Yeah, it was kind of a crazy situation. I still have a lot of people that I know from there that are, that still talk to the new owners now. It's called Highway Cafe now. It's not Pine Cone anymore. But yeah, that was a pretty, it was a bad business deal, to say the least.
But you were gone by then.
Yeah, I was gone.
Okay, thank you. I saw that on your resume and just wondered what you knew about that. So thanks for the explanation.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks for appearing for us, Catherine. Glad we were able to work through the audio issues and everything.
Thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. Even to get this far, regardless of the outcome, thank you so much.
Oh, our pleasure. So hope you have a wonderful weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we will hear from, let's see, we got through. All right, next we'll hear from, looks like Alan Bradley Culp. So you go by Brad?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Brad. You've seen how this works. So now's your opportunity to speak to the board, and then I'll open it up for questions. So go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this opportunity to finally have this opportunity here. I'll jump right into it. Back in 1995, some 20, I don't know, over 25 years ago, was when a dark chapter of my life started. I was a late teen, 19 years old. I was charged with a party to a crime, theft from person, felony charge. Essentially, I distracted the victim while my counterpart, I should say, snatched a pocketbook and took off. He was upset. He was arrested. A few weeks later, I was also arrested. Cops showed up at my house. At that point in time, I mean, I was dumb. I was naive. I had no idea what a felony charge was, or how that could affect the rest of my life. I cooperated. I was forthright immediately. I was scared. I was arrested. I'd never been arrested before. I pled guilty to the amended charge of theft from person, party to a crime. I was sentenced to, I believe it was 3 months, or it was either 3 or 6 months of house arrest with a 5-year state sentence. Fast forward a year later, I was serving my house arrest sentence while I received my second felony, which was a felon in possession of a firearm. Situation, I was living with 5 people, not a great area, not great people to live with. These were my decisions and bad choices that were just kind of adding up, and eventually I was paying for them. This situation was time we were having a party. There's about 15 or 20 people there. It's an altercation outside. One of my roommates went out there with a gun. I mean, and this is, for me to say that this was the only time it ever happened, it wasn't. I mean, it seemed like that was just normal. You know, something would happen on the weekends. Somebody would come out with a gun, put a gun out on somebody, get out of here kind of thing. And, you know, this time though, there were police outside. You know, I took the gun. I shouldn't have touched the gun. I took the gun and brought it back inside for one of my roommates as he ran out the back. People were dispersing all over the place. I didn't want to leave the house because obviously I was on house arrest. I was violating multiple rules at that point in time, but for whatever reason, I thought that, you know, staying in the house, I was still in the right. On the porch, grabbed the gun from my friend or my roommate at the time, came inside, and I don't remember what happened. I mean, when I either set the gun down or I'm not sure. The police came in. I was hit with something. When I came to, I was in handcuffs on the couch. The gun was laying there on the floor. They were asking me where the other people were. I had no idea. At that point, I was a felon in possession of a firearm. I mean, there was no way around that. That was July of 1996. I received the mandatory 2-year sentence for that. My probation was revocated as well. So I believe, and this is, you know, and if I'm sure you guys have it in your records, I'm trying to be as descriptive as possible. I could be wrong here, but I believe I received a concurrent sentence of 3 years with that 2-year sentence. I was released from Jackson Correctional up in Black River Falls, March 27th, 1997. I was granted early parole release on the bracelet, which was DIS, Department of Intensive Sanctions at that time, for 6 months of bracelet, followed by another 6 months of home confinement. I completed both sentences with 0 infractions. I completed my parole. I discharged my parole with no violations. There were, you know, that time period, that within the next few years after that, you know, I was still, you know, I was still, how do you say it, not making the best decisions. I was growing as a young man. I just turned 21. I turned 21 in prison. I became a father at a young age, and now I have a daughter who's 23, a son who's 21, and 2 grandkids. And I'll get to that in a second as well. But when I say I was still stuck in a cycle, I felt I was growing, but at the same time, I still wasn't making the best decisions all the time. I was, a few years after that, you know, I stayed employed. You know, I started a job at a print shop, sweeping the floors. That was the best I could do. I'd take the bus. I took the 14 onto the north side of Milwaukee, you know, 45 minutes each way every single day, didn't miss work. Got to the point to where I went from sweeping the floor to, you know, catching, I don't know what they call catching, but the stuff that would come off the back of a printing press, and I would stack it up. Got to the point to where then I became a press operator, then a salesperson for this company. So it's like I've been afforded decent opportunities since then, and I've made the most of them internally. Some opportunities that I've had, and it's, you know, when I've been able to prove myself within a working environment, I've been good. When I've had to apply, the you know, that check mark that's next to my name always seems to rear its ugly head. So, you know, I've stayed employed. I've had some good jobs. I have a great job now. I feel I can do a little bit better as well. Should I be granted a pardon? But I'll get to that as well. I apologize if this is just all new, you know, and I don't have anything written down here. But I did want to bring up something that I did not add on my initial application. I was charged with a battery a few years after I completed my parole. There was a battery charge, I believe, or I'm not sure what it was. It was a charge that was eventually dropped, but I was involved in an altercation with about 15 people. One of them, he was a guy that I didn't know, but I knew the friends that he came to our family function with. They came to our family function. They weren't invited. They were a little upset about not being invited, intoxicated, and showed up and caused a lot of problems. So there was multiple fights going on. One, I believe he was hit with a bottle he received health, medical attention, stitches and whatnot. I was charged as one of the people that had my involvement, or that I did it. Turns out a couple weeks later, I'm not sure the time frame here, but turns out he found out who did it. He dropped the charges or whatever the case was against me. So the case was ultimately dropped. I was involved in the altercation. I was not involved with what I was originally going to be charged with. But again, that was just myself being in a situation I probably shouldn't have been in. I've been growing and trying to create distance from my the crimes that I committed prior to that. And that's something that I am reminded of every single day. At that point in time, being a young adult, being a young parent, I didn't understand the importance of it. I thought that by just not, it's not going to happen to me again, kind of thing, you know, without actually providing preventative measures, make sure it doesn't happen. You know, I've learned the hard way a few different times. And that was a period of my life that's embarrassing, sickening. It's something that I feel like wasn't even me. Now that I look back on things, I've become the best father that I could. My son is 21. He was really involved in youth sports. My daughter's 23. She wasn't involved in a lot of stuff, but I've never missed anything that my kids were ever involved with. You know, I wasn't with my kid's mother after they were about first 3 or 4 years. We split. We've co-parented amazing. We've raised 2 great kids. I was involved in youth sports for my son growing up, from Felix Montilla baseball to Wilson Park, coached in Greenfield Little League. And then he got really good. And I was not afforded any coaching opportunities at a higher level after that because of my felony conviction dealing with youth. You know, it seems like the more time passes, the more I forget that I have it on my record. I applied for something and here it goes. I started a consulting business back in 2011 that ultimately failed. It failed because there were vendors that, you know, I had to go through background checks for that I wasn't aware of. I had to file Chapter 13, paid that off within the 4 years. My credit is perfect again. I'm a homeowner. I'm a taxpayer. Man, I teach responsibility and consequences to my kids every day. I hope at some point in time with my grandson. You see, I've heard, you know, there's a lot of people on here, hunters, and, you know, they would like certain rights restored. I mean, owning a firearm is not something that's nothing I ever even want. You know, that's the farthest thing from my rights that I want restored. I would just like to be able to coach my grandkids in capacities that I wasn't allowed to with my son. I would like the opportunity to push through some of these barriers. So I feel I have so much more room for growth professionally as well. My current position right now, I deal with fire and life safety. We survey buildings. Sometimes we have government buildings, jails, prisons, and things like that, that we have to have background checks before we're allowed on site. To save embarrassment of my company's name at times, I have to pass up some of these opportunities. So there are a lot of opportunities out there that can be had with a pardon. I do understand it's not something that you know, that I'm going to get just because I showed up here, but it's something that I will continue to work through whether I receive a pardon or not. This is something I've lived with for, you know, I'm 46 now, since the mid 90s, since I was a late teen, and it will always be a reminder to always do better.
Thanks, Brad. Questions from the board? Well, you're very thorough, so thanks for speaking with us today, Brad. Appreciate it. Like I said, you know, I know you've waited a long time for this moment. You just have to wait a little bit longer in terms of finding out about the outcome of the process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Appreciate you all. Thank you.
All right, next we'll hear from Nathaniel Johnson. So Nathaniel, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. Nathaniel, can you hear us? Just need to unmute yourself and turn your camera on. All right, looks like you unmuted yourself. The camera icon is usually right next to the microphone, Nathaniel. Almost. I think just one more time you should get it. Can you hear me though, Nathaniel? All right, I think we'll have somebody call Nathaniel. So we'll come back to you, Nathaniel, once we get through the IT issues. That seems to be the theme of our afternoon today. So we'll jump ahead to Michelle Christmas. So Michelle, if you wouldn't mind unmuting your phone. There we go. Can you hear us, Michelle?
Oh, yes. Hello. I'm Michelle Chris. Are you able to hear me all right? I called it.
Yep, just fine. Yep. So we can hear
Okay.
you just fine. So now is your opportunity to share your story with the pardon board. So please proceed with sharing your story and answering those questions. Please be concise, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I want to start out by thanking the board for giving me this opportunity to share with you today. Just some brief context. When I was growing up, I experienced many social and economic traumas and a great deal of racism. These experiences led me to become a very, very high achieving person at a very early age. But the problem was emotional maturity. I was very driven, and I was driven by feelings of inadequacy, fear of rejection. And so as a young adult, I got myself into several very emotionally and physically abusive relationships. In about 2004, just after my first divorce, I started to self-medicate. And initially, I was trying to just feel normal, feel calm, continue to cope. But as typically happens with drugs and alcohol, your tolerance rises and you get out of control very quickly. And so when I committed my first crime, I was in a very, very bad place emotionally. I thought that I could not cope without the drugs. The choice that I made to use drugs made me into a very, very unstable person. I don't blame drugs for my crime. I was a very highly educated person at the time, and I still chose to self-medicate. And I also did not seek out help, which I very much wish that I had. So to get to the first prompt, just before Easter in 2006, I had gotten a new job. I was working as a statistician, and the company was in Neenah, Wisconsin, which was about 2 hours, 3 hours away from my home at the time. After my first day, I took pills before driving home. I was pulled over, and when the peace officer went back to his vehicle, I drove off. I was blacked out for much of this time, but I am aware that I did terrible things that night. I drove at high speeds. I endangered the safety of everyone on that highway that evening. I know I refused to stop. I know that a lot of resources were used trying to get me to stop. My car had to be physically stopped. I know that I screamed at the peace officers who caught me. I know that I said some very bad and very untrue things about the peace officer who had initially pulled me over, defaming his character. I know that I made completely unacceptable choices that evening because I chose to use drugs and I neglected to seek the treatment that I clearly needed at that time. So for this crime, my sentence was 10 months in jail, followed by a period of probation, and I was sentenced about 8 months after the commission of the crime. So while I was out on bail before my sentencing, my drug use continued to spiral. I got married again to a man who smoked crack every day. I was pregnant at the time that I was sentenced. I was very fearful at that time. I knew my husband at the time was not stable enough to raise a child, and his family as well. They were all very unstable, and so I worried that while I was serving my sentence, he would get the child. And so I was in a very bad place emotionally. I was very illogical at this point in my life because I had not obtained the treatment that I needed. So I was given work release, and on the first day, I left the city. So at this point in my life, I descended into a very, very low place. I slept outdoors during the winter, in the snow, at bus shelters. I ate at homeless shelters. I ate nothing often. I was abused on a regular basis by my now ex-husband. And on April 10th, 2007, after having given birth that past February, I was using drugs daily. I was unemployed, wasting my credentials. I was homeless. I was completely desolate. I wouldn't recognize myself, compared to today. So I stole goods from a department store while I was blacked out. And then I fought with police officers who tried to arrest me, and I bit one of the officers. I was sentenced to 3 years of probation for these crimes. I was also then sentenced again for the initial crime of eluding capture, driving away from the peace officer, because they revoked my probation due to me leaving the jail. And so my sentence was 22 months in prison. So here's where things began to look up for me. During my incarceration, I was able to get sober, and sobriety gave me peace. I was able to face myself, be alone, figure out who I am, and gain self-esteem. Also, I believe I was able to help many other women who were incarcerated, help them to heal, to learn to accept themselves, to learn to have a drug-free lifestyle. I did not have any behavioral issues while incarcerated. I was released on December 23rd, 2008, just a few months before my planned release date. And right after I was released, I served as an AA sponsor for women who were still incarcerated. This was with the permission of my probation officer at the time. I also led online AA meetings on a regular basis. Importantly, I did something that I should have done back in 2004 after my first divorce, which is to go to counseling. And so I did go to counseling for 3 years, and it was just an invaluable experience. I was able to gain improved self-esteem, self-acceptance, direction, and really a sense of clarity. So in addition to the personal therapy, I was prescribed medication, low-dose antidepressant medication, and I have been taking that medication for the past 13 years. I feel that it is very helpful. It helps me to maintain continuous sobriety, And I'm happy to say that I've been clean and sober since April of 2007. So since my release, I have maintained professional employment. I have earned 2 additional master's level credentials, one in the area of training and development and one in the area of higher education administration. I have served my community in many different ways through volunteer work in social justice, with an emphasis on improving equality of access to higher education among marginalized populations. For example, last year, I wrote a grant that funded the degree completion of recently released individuals who were within 30 credits of graduation. And so we do know from research that having a degree really, really helps when people are released from incarceration, because then they have, something to document. They are prepared to, occupy a role, and it helps to push back against some of the stigma. I've also been married to a non-abusive person for over 12 years, and I own a home. So I am seeking a pardon because I really want to gain additional career opportunities. I have been successful, but I believe that these opportunities I'm seeking will help me to give back to the community. So specifically, I earned a doctorate in clinical psychology in 2004, but I never applied for licensure at that time. Of course, it is technically possible to do this, but it's very challenging to obtain a license as a psychologist in this state with multiple felony convictions. Additionally, I worry that liability insurance will be out of my price range. And so that is the main reason that I am seeking the pardon. I believe that I would be able to impact so many lives through my work in this field. It would allow me to work in the field in which I was trained. I want to deliver clinical services to marginalized groups via telehealth. I'm very passionate about access to counseling. And I know that there are so many people out there who don't have the resources to seek out face-to-face counseling, financial and emotional resources.
Thanks, Michelle. I think we'll open it up for questioning. You're very thorough, and I appreciate it. But I'll see if the board has some questions.
So sorry. May I?
Oh, no, it's fine. No need to apologize. We'll just see if we have questions from the board. So, any questions from the board members? I think you preempted any questions we have, but really appreciate it, Michelle. Thank you for taking your time and being thorough and candid with us. As you've heard me say a couple of times, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process. But again, appreciate your time and hope you have a wonderful weekend.
You as well. Thank you so much to the entire board. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, Nathaniel, it looks like we're going to have luck this time. So thank you for it's been the theme of this afternoon with IT issues, myself included, but you've seen how this works, Nathaniel. So if you could please be concise, we sent you some questions, but really in short, we want to hear, how did you end up with your felony conviction, and then what's happened since then, and why do you want a pardon today? So please go ahead.
First of all, I appreciate the time. Back in 2008, I was convicted of a felony. I was with this girl and she broke up with this guy, and her mom had some crafting stuff that she was deep into doing, and she needed her things from his house. And I was offering to buy new things for her, but she had so much stuff that she wanted out of that set. So she wanted that precise item. So we decided to go over there and get it for her. And the type of guy he is, I knew it wouldn't be legit for me to go in his house. So I took a cousin of mine to go in there with her. So they went in the house to get the items and some things of hers. And all I hear is screaming because I'm standing outside. And he pulled a knife out on her, slapped her, and they come running out the house. And my cousin told me what happened. That's how I know he pulled the knife out on her. So she started throwing bags out the windows. I started putting them in the car. We started to get her out the house. She got out the house, we got in the car and we drove off. He jumps in front of the car. So he posed a threat with a airsoft rifle. I thought was a gun, a BB gun or something. And my cousin jumps out the car and begins to chase him around the corner. I go around the corner, his roommate comes from behind, about to hit my cousin. I blacked out, things got real out of hand. When I came to my senses, he was on the ground bleeding and in bad shape. We got in the car and we pulled off. It was the worst mistake of my life. I just regret every second of it because it's like that wasn't my character. I've been through a lot in my life, not blaming anything on that. I lost my father when I was 14 in my face to a gunshot. That was basically terrible for me. Before the case, I had tried to apply for the police force. I passed a written test, top 3 in the class with a 93. And then everything went downhill from there with the case. While I was incarcerated, I had found a job in the kitchen to keep myself busy. I was sentenced to 2 years in, 5 years on extended supervision. During incarceration, I had no write-ups, no incidents, anything. I was released out on a work release at a minimum custody. I got a job at Pace Industries out in Grafton, making Harley jugs and engines and transmissions and anything for Harley Davidson. When I got released on probation, I was assigned to high risk. Within 2 days, they lowered my custody. My PO told me I was born. She didn't understand what happened, and I explained it to her, and she just instantly knew that that wasn't my lifestyle. Before I went in, I was a mentor to kids all around. I started a tutoring program in high school at North Division. After my supervision was over, I was discharged in 2015. While I was on supervision, I had a daughter in 2011. She's now 10 years old. 2014, I had a son, which passed away. He was breached. He would have been 7, going on 8 next month. After my discharge, I tried to get information to apply for the police force and everything, and they told me that they would be opening up. Actually, I talked to a cop yesterday, and she said they were opening up applications in the next 7 or 8 days. And I told her about this process, and she told me it was good that I was going to get it because they needed more good people. I would tell her everything, and she was just sitting there talking to me about it all. The main reason why I want to pardon is because I want to go back to mentoring kids and telling them my story and making sure they got their head on straight. But I couldn't do that with the felony because I applied for a job at the COA, which was the POW Center on Burlock. So with the felony, they denied me employment there. Me and my brother actually wanted to start a security company because that's what I've been doing all my life with security. Then I started working security for the Milwaukee Bucks, and I wanted to travel with them, do personal security for the players, but I couldn't because of the felony. So that was the main reason why I went through the process, and that was it.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Did you know the victim?
No.
No. Were you in contact at all with him afterwards?
No, I haven't seen him since then. He asked for a restitution of like $100 and some for his outfit. That was paid up. I haven't seen or heard anything. I heard he was recovering good. He was doing good. And that was the last I heard. I've never seen him.
Okay. Questions from the board? Noble, and then Jerry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. You mentioned that you blacked out during this altercation. Is this something that happens often, or is it a certain tipping point when you get angry? Could you walk me through that? What took place there?
No, it doesn't happen often. Actually, it was like my first time. This is actually my first case. I had no priors. A lot of stuff held in since I was 14, watching my father die in my face. And it was just like something came over me. I don't know what it is. I'm a Christian, I'm a God-fearing man. So, I mean, the devil took me that day, and it was just the worst mistake of my life.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Mr. Johnson, did you see the letter from Jennifer Preby that she wrote?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that was very impressive. We don't see that very often.
Yes, that was my probation officer.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? Well, thanks for appearing before us. As I've said before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but it'll be a good day and a good weekend.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Great. And last but not least, thanks for waiting with us. Mr. Erickson, now is your opportunity to share your story with us. You've seen this a couple of times, so please go ahead.
All right, thank you. First of all, thanks everybody for allowing me to have this time with you guys. A little bit about my case is about 20 years ago when it actually had occurred. Went to court over it in 2003, basically hanging around with the wrong people at the wrong time. Friends that I thought were friends were out cruising around, and a buddy of mine went and broke into a camp, stole, I want to say it was less than $100 worth of stuff. It was a bottle of booze, a deer call, and like a flashlight. Irregardless, I was there. I was charged with party to a crime. It was a Class C felony at the time. Initially, when I was charged with it, and then through the process of it, the state decided to change it to a lesser felony, which didn't end up going in my favor. They still held it as a Class C. I was sentenced to 3 years in and 3 years out on probation. Did my time, did my 3 years, came out, didn't have an issue with probation, completed that in 2009. Have been pretty well steadily employed since then. Have had issues with, the felony on job applications, restricting me from decent jobs. But once that 7-year period was up, where I didn't have to put it on the applications anymore, it was taken, they didn't have to worry too much, but it was still a restriction for me. Approximately about 4 years ago, I had talked with my brother and a few of the volunteer firemen that are on the volunteer department here, as they were seeking new members, and I knew it was going to be a struggle to see about doing it, but went through. They did a background check. They realized, okay, yep, we're going to take a chance on this guy, and ever since that day, I've proven them and everyone else on the department in my community that I'm not the person that my record shows I was. My biggest thing for wanting this pardon, not only am I an avid outdoorsman, but that has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not, excuse me, I get the pardon or not. My biggest thing is I'm state of Michigan certified volunteer firefighter. I'm a swiftwater rescue technician. So we have a group of 10 guys, myself and 9 others, that are swiftwater rescue trained up here. And we're with the whole Mavis division, so we can get pulled from our location down to like Lower Michigan or anywhere in the country, also the state of Wisconsin and that. And we were trying to get FEMA typed. In order for our group of guys to be FEMA typed, so we can go further and do stuff with this group, we have to have so many EMTs on our roster for this group. My biggest thing, I've always, since I was a kid, I wanted to be a firefighter. I want to further my education in the fire field. I'd like to further my career in it. And I would also like to go and get my EMT certification and possibly one day, be a paramedic.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Erickson, can you tell us why you got 3 years in prison for breaking into a deer camp, and what was stolen was a deer call, a flashlight, and half a bottle of tequila? Why did that end up being 3 years in prison?
I was given the opportunity earlier on in the whole court process to where I could have had a misdemeanor. I wasn't able to pay I think it was like half of the possible restitution at that time, because at that time I wasn't employed. So I couldn't afford to do that. So I ended up having to go and I guess take it to trial or, plead to the felony charge.
Did you plead to the felony charge?
I did.
And what sentence did your co-defendants get?
2 of them, because they were 2 other females that were with. They basically, it was washed away. They weren't involved with it at all. The other gentleman went and received, I don't know, he got a misdemeanor, and because his parents paid that I guess fine or whatever. But he was at 6 or 9 months in jail he received out of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Erickson, for appearing before us and being patient. While being the last one, you do have to be a little patient, but appreciate your time, and you'll hear from us in a month, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. All right, and I think that concludes everybody. I'm going to make a motion to move into closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notice, including considering specific persons, applications, and background. Is there a second?
Okay.
Noble seconds. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. I'm just going to put folks into the waiting room.